Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Kí ló ní ná? Today's 20th of August. So we're done with the first part. Second part, look cool, but we have to wait a bit. For folks here who usually join us on YouTube, and you're on TikTok, please feel free to check. It is buffering. Ọlọ́run yẹn wà tọ́rọ́ tẹ̀ tí wàá fẹ́ Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ sú wa. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kó sú wa. All right, so let's start. You know what, let me just share this thing. I'll be sure, and then I can concentrate. Tí n bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ máa ojú wọn máa lọ bọ̀ ni. Ó yẹ kójú wa gbé bí kan. Wọ́n bọ̀. If I cannot play music, at least I can. Prof, tell us the implication of the Supreme Court judgment. There was no Supreme Court on that matter. I'll read some of those things out to you. Ṣẹ̀rí àwọn èèyàn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n àwòkùnàwó wọn gbádùn àwòkùnàwó wọn. Ń bọ̀. Àwọn èèyàn lọ́dọ̀ wa ń sọ àwọn tó ń pariwo kán béèrè lọ́wọ́ pé bọ́n ti rí nǹkan tó ń sọ wọ́n kàn ń sọ nǹkan tó wọ̀n ni wọ́n lè sọ pé ibi báyìí pàtó làwọn ti rí ó kàn jẹ́ pé ṣe é pé máa kà nǹkan táwọn kábíyèsí at least one king nǹkan tí kábíyèsí kan sọ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí máa kà Supreme Court tó ń pariwo kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. It doesn't exist. I'll also read legal opinions on the matter, and then what the real issue gone, like what really happened, when did it happen? By the time we are done with this thing, I hope we'll have time for the real topic of today. But by the time we're done, you will be shocked at like kò tí ọ̀rọ̀ tí ò lórí tí ò nídìí tí ò ní kò sí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ kan ní ohun kan tó ń gbàgbé gbà tí ṣùgbọ́n ṣe rí téèyàn. Now, I hope YouTube is good. I really hope so. I'm going to share the link later. For some reason, I can't access it. Like, okay, what is Chieftaincy? So, okay, let's just quickly do the basic stuff. If you're on YouTube, please double tap on your screen. That way you like the live. Also, you see a heart icon down bottom left of your screen. Please click on it, and then you can tap on that as many times as possible. When you do that, the algorithm sees that and is able to help us push the live stream. So please support us that way. Also share the live with your contacts. If you're on Twitter Spaces, thank you very much for being here. We're just trying to set up. So but please, you can also share or repost. That's what is done on Twitter. Please repost. And we're going to talk about this whole Ife or your thing. I'm wondering where I should start from. Because, so, yes, the judgment judgment is saying, ìròyìn tó jẹyọ bí ọjọ́ a máa lọ sínú tásìkò bá wà a máa lọ sínú ìtàn Ifẹ̀ àti Ọ̀yọ́ àti bí wọ́n ṣe parapọ̀ náà àwọn kan wà tẹ́ pé onírìkìṣí ni wọ́n dandan bá káàkiri wọ́n kàn sọ oríṣiríṣi ọ̀rọ̀ kò gbàkúngbè nífi tí wọ́n wò we're just going to stay with the truth without having to spend time trying to. It's not so much about debunking anybody, but more about let's just understand what's really happening. And there's also something I've noticed, right, that for all the education that we claim to have, a person can just go on social media, make certain statements, and we don't really bother checking if we just take it. We just take it, and I don't think it's I don't think it's the best way to have conversations. But we're going to go through the normal process. I'm a Caro in there, and then we'll get into that. Just give me a second. I'm almost done. So usually we have this thing, Balu. Please, Prof, let's discuss that saga in our own language. You know the thing about, I get what you're saying. No? The things everything about us is written, and it's written mostly in English language, which is not a problem because I can read Chinese history as well in English language. And to have a shaky, but sorry, láwẹ̀ but if it's tó bá jẹ́ pé nǹkan tó lè di kíní ni, I will definitely do what you. I get your point. So tó bá jẹ́ pé nǹkan tí má jẹ́ àgbọ̀ kankan wà ń bẹ̀, a máa ra para wa mọ́ because àwọn káwọn ọmọ wọn ràn kan náà wà nítòsí ibi ìbàjẹ́ láwọn ẹlẹ́jọ́ tì. So I get your point. Okay. So let's get into. All right. Hopefully, we're not going to have any issues with tweet. Let's start with the news. Let's start with Nigerian news, and then from there, I'm or that's no. Let's not even start there. Let's start with this. So I will maybe just read Lagos State government's number. I'm just going to start with that so this is from Lagos State government. Happy Sheshe Day to honor and preserve the Yoruba traditional religion, culture, and ancestral heritage. This has been celebrated today. Came on YouTube today. It's going to be very sad, but I don't know what else to do. Anyway, so you're allowed to avoid that one, revisionist and remixer. Oh, okay. So, but the truth of the matter is, the folks who are into traditional religion are having the because some people sent me some messages. I've made up my mind. Some things I'll just be saying when I come here. So, and to Bafe Binu, come so for this thing, this is sincerely, I don't know what. Sorry, if on YouTube, can you hear what we're doing? I'm sorry, man. This is sad, man. This thing is distracting me. Anybody knows how to do this thing? So there are people, for instance, who just watch us on YouTube every day, and I can't. There's nothing else I can do about this. So I'm sorry. Yes, I read what I read. So that statement that you are talking about, the Aláàfin said, that one came out with the other thing, not with what's happening right now. So the other time when he said something, and it's a pattern also, something will come out. Oh my God, you now say this is quite interesting, considering the fact that it is well. But I get it. I'm not pattern. It's like bait and switch, where you said anything and say, ah, I know they're called, wait, and in truth, you may not. I don't think he knew it or said it, but if you have a group of people who are constantly pushing a narrative that's against what you actually stand for, and there's nothing, there's no, what's the word now? There are no consequences for that bad behavior. I mean, it happens again and again, and then the only thing that we hear is, I didn't tell them to do it. Who cares if you send them? don't know what we are doing. But the matter of Twitter, we all know what we are doing. There's nothing like please on YouTube, can you hear what I'm saying? Even if you can't see it, can you hear it? That's what I got to say to me. Yeah, but I'm not saying that. So that we can, start early. And even then, we're still having issues for all these things. So please, can you hear me on YouTube? I'm sorry, guys. Everybody, I'm sorry. Okay. Like I want all of us to be on the same page so that once we start, we just fly. Yeah, Mr. President, Lula works on iPhone, Abi, but this thing I'm using, this other device is not iPhone. Oh, let's do like this. Let's do like this. Let's have some people on Twitter, we talk generally, right? So I'll bring people up, and I'll take another maybe a few minutes to set this thing up. We have to find a way to make it work. So in order to make it, I want to just sitting while I'm bemoaning this situation. Let's have certain people. So if you like to, no, don't come on TikTok, on Twitter. If you like to say something on Twitter, because TikTok, although because the rest of them master. If you're on Twitter and you like to speak, please send a request, and then we can bring you up. Alright? Just to make sure that you know what, kí la tẹ̀ ń ṣe gan-an ṣe bá ń lórí YouTube, time you can play music. Ẹ jẹ́ play orin fún mi, ẹ má bínú o, kó bá lè dá náà ni o. One second, please. Everything that can go wrong is going wrong, please. We're going to make it work. Like now, I'm trying to work on two other different stuff to make sure that we don't lose this thing. But I apologize for the break. Ẹkáàbọ ìdẹ́kẹ̀rẹ́ ìkà tó bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Melody go dey blow. Augustine, Baba 70 o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ sẹ́. Láyé. Àbámi ti dòrí ṣá òye bá bàbá 70 dé o dé o dé o. Àbámi ti dòrí ṣá òye bá bàbá 70 dé o. Àbámi ti dòrí ṣá òye bá bàbá 70 dé o dé o dé o. Àbámi ti dòrí ṣá òye bá bàbá 70 dé o.
All right, I think we're good now. If we have any issues, maybe we'll make it better after today's session. Is news, of course, of today being the day that worshippers. The time for that one don't pass. All right. So that's that about what's being celebrated. We're going to move very quickly to other news. So this one is from a guy who we talked about one statement he made the other day, and I think he just made another interesting one today. Well, it's from the same clip, the same podcast, and his name is Okon, and then he has this interesting things to say. Please take a listen to him, and then we can talk about the wisdom or other side of what he's saying. Take a listen.
Is this: if Igbos wake up one morning and attempt an economic sabotage and say, we're not selling in our supermarkets and we're not selling building materials, will you ask? I kid you the F not. Uyo. So now copy it and paste. That's the micro form of Nigeria. Now you copy it and paste in the macro form. Let Igbos decide, okay, let me pull out my investments from the major cities of this country, all right? And play down on my greed, not greed, no. Play down, on my desire, my strong desire, okay, to maximize profit, right? Let me just stay, okay? Maybe go on economic hunger strike.
So to speak.
Economically, there will be necks, or there will be knees on the necks of the economy of this country.
All right, to be very clear, that's a very stupid statement to make, and I'll tell you why. A lot of people that do this chest beating are very ignorant. They don't know what they're talking about, and also they are not grounded in reality. Let's make something very clear. Every ethnic group is important. Every single one, all right? The big ones, the small ones, the majority ethnic groups, the minority groups, everybody is important, right? But there's none that is indispensable, none. And this whole thing about if you go on hunger strike, now you hunger go wire. Igbos have left Nigeria before, and I've read the statistics here before. When they left, it was actually in the entire Nigeria's history from 1960 to 2025. The period when Igbos were not in Nigeria was actually the most prosperous for Nigeria. Go figure. And I've told you where to find this thing. Nigeria Historical GDP is on macrotrends.net. You can go there now, macrotrends.net. Nigeria Historical GDP data. You will see it there. The best times were actually the times when, during the war, between 67 and 70. As soon as they got back, everything went down. I should type it. Listen to it to type it. Who are these people? Meanwhile, were you not trained by your parents for you to just come out and tell people to type as if you are commanding somebody you put here? Oh, going back at so please let's speak with wisdom. May God bless you and keep you, but used to give yourself, you get that point. Here's the point. The point is that when people come up with this thing of if we pull out, like pull, when people have pulled it, when they are pulled out before, what happened? You know what? Because I mentioned that particular data, I'm going to read it. And I read it here last week. I'll read it again because, and there's another thing I did not talk about last week, which was what happened in Lagos after the Igbos left. I think a lot of people need like a lesson in humility. Number one, you're not all that. There's literally nothing you do. Okay, maybe what he said about Uyo, maybe it's true because I remember when I was living in Uyo, if you want to really fix the cars to the standard you want, you have to go to Aba. So we used to drive our bus all the way to Aba to be fair, Abia State is the neighboring state to Akwa Ibom. So we'll drive all the way to Aba to fix it. If you want to buy stuff, we have to go to Area. Some of the people will even buy things from Lagos, right? That they will then sell in Uyo. So maybe he's right for his hometown. But Mumbo, I'm going to find that document and quickly read it so that you guys, we need to understand these things. Nobody should be. Meanwhile, there's also something that they've done. People have sent me some documents. There's a guy called, there's this thing called Elomba, where they said that they own 74% of investments in Lagos. And it's so interesting that by the time they've talked about that thing over and over again on Twitter, that Grok has picked it and Grok is sharing it as real. It says in Lagos, Igbo investment is not less than 300 trillion naira. That's from a man called Clement Udegbe, and he wrote this in a Vanguard article. Excuse me. Vanguard newspaper published that the Igbos have 300 trillion naira in Lagos. What it is, we don't know. And that they own 74% of investments in Lagos. Again, this is what happens when the people would rather be deluded than be grounded in reality. But I'll find that document very quickly. I wasn't planning to go in this direction. I would have, gotten it out before I even read it. But please just give me a second. A moment, I should say. Bunkini, wow. So over the weekend, I read this thing. But if anybody, if you check macro as in macro, in fact, I found it, macrotrends.net. From 1960 to 1965, Nigeria was growing at a very slow pace. I'm talking about our GDP, right? We were going at a very slow pace. So if you take 1960 as 0, by 61, we had grown by 0.19%. By 62, we had grown up 4.1. So from 0.1, we went straight up in 1961 to 4.1. By 1963, we went to 8.58%. By 1964, we started having issues. We went to 4.95%. 1965, we went down a little, 4.89%. Then the coup happened. When the coup happened, that is January 66 coup happened, we went from 4.89% to minus 4.25%. That's because of what happened with the old, takeover. Went to minus 4.25%. By 67, we dipped. That was when the war started, minus 15.74%, which was terrible. Thank you so much for the gift. We went to minus 15.74%. 68, we came back up. And what happened between 67 and 68 was that a certain man was appointed Minister of Finance in June. It was on June 12, 1968. A certain man was appointed Minister of Finance. That man is the one we call deity today. Orisha Babaye. Obafemi Awolowo. It took us from minus 15.74% in 1 year to minus 1.25%. Now, 67 was when the war started, was when a lot of Igbos left, right? The war started affecting everything. Between 67 and 68, we went up from minus 15 to minus 1.25. And then by 69, we went from minus 1.25 to 24.20%. So from minus 1.25, we went all the way to 24.2%. In the middle of the war. By 69, 24.2%. By 1970, we went up again to 25.01%. In the middle of the war. What then happened? The war was over and your people returned. So by 1971, we went down to 14.24. 1972, 3.3. See, let me tell you something. Since 1970, Nigeria has never gotten back to that 25.01%. As a matter of fact, the least we were in that era was 1971 at 14.24. We have never gotten back to that. What happened was actually the return. What's that song they used to sing? The return of Kiniko Kiniko. It was the return that actually dipped the economy. Why? Because if you have your economy built on importation, there's no way your GDP is going to do. You have left before. You have left twice. You have left twice. The first time was in 67 during the war. The second time was in 93. I'm going to quickly that stuff because one of the things I think people don't understand is, again, maybe because history is not a forte for the most part. I'm going to read from Neil Graham Douglas's book. This book was published in 1968, and because I of us to find it, and to be honest, you can't even so we have free copies. It's called Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion by Dr. Neil Graham Douglas. Why am I saying this? Because if people are, if people don't learn from the past, they are condemned to repeat the mistakes of the past. I'm going to find something. I'll read it for you. But if you want that document right now, you can find it in the Telegram channel. Again, what I read earlier is from macrotrends.net. Look for Nigeria historical GDP data. You will find it. If you find it in that book, let me know, because okay, I think I see something close. It says, towards the end of September, an order was issued. This is 1966. An order was issued obliging all Nigerians residing in the East, other than those of Eastern origin, to return at once to their regions of origin. They were given no opportunity of choice. Many of them were reluctant to go, but not even the fact of their long residence in the East, in some cases for upwards of 30 years, could present their being forced out of the region. What it's saying basically here is that by September of 66, Ojuku forced Yoruba, Benin, Edo, Hausa, Fulani, Idoma, anybody who was not from the Eastern region was forced out. But guess what he did? If you were Igbo and you were from the Midwest, you could stay. If you were from the Eastern region, regardless of your ethnicity, but you're from the Eastern region, you stay. If you are not from the Eastern region, you must leave. But if you are Igbo from the Midwest, you could stay. Then it says here, some of them have been there for more than 30 years. As at this time, nobody cared. Just send everybody packing. Justification for this move was offered by the unrealistic calculation that as they left their employment, homecoming. In fact, listen, please listen to this. This document was published in 1968, but it's talking about what happened in 1966. What Ojuku did in 66, which is similar to what Okon is saying in 2025, which is also the same thing that was what many Igbo people say when we have conversations in Nigerian politics. If we go, something will happen. It says here, if I'm going to start again, it says towards the end of September, that's 1966, an order was issued obliging all Nigerians residing in the East, other than those of Eastern origin, to return at once to their regions of origin. If they are given no opportunity, they were given no opportunity of choice. Many of them were reluctant to go, but not even the fact of their long residence in the East, in some cases for upwards of 30 years, could prevent their being forced out of the region. Now, I know that in this document, they did not say that Igbos from Midwest could stay, but if you read the Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo, you find that detail there. Also, if you read Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green, you also find that particular point there, that Igbos from outside the East could stay, but anybody who was not Igbo and was not from the Eastern region had to leave. Then it says here, justification for this move, the reason they told them to leave, was offered by the unrealistic calculation that as they left their employments, homecoming Easterners would take their places in the civil service, in industry, and in personal professional employment. I had argued the step on the ground that for every non-Eastern Nigerian leaving, we would have on our hands no fewer than 30 homecoming Easterners. My figures might be wrong, and that in the end, we would only be creating incalculable hardship for our people, and the wisdom in such argument had been acknowledged. Mumbo. Happily for me, I had resigned my appointment when the order was issued, and reciprocally, everything possible continued to be done to entice Eastern Nigerians everywhere to leave their homes and come home. There's a particular thing I'm looking for, Mumbo. It was a statement that they actually made. 1 second. What he said was that if those people were returning to the eastern region, they are going to leave vacuums in other parts of Nigeria, right? And because they were the engineers in the ECN at the time, Electric Company of Nigeria, they were working as engineers in different fields. That their return to the eastern region would affect what Nigeria was doing at the time. And even when it did not affect it, guess what Ojukwu did? Ojukwu tried to blow up different places. By the way, he actually blew up not more than 2 places in the western region. He blew up the Federal Palace Hotel in Lagos in September of '66. This was months before the war started. The war did not start until July 6, 1967. He declared Biafra May 30th, but there was no war until July 6th. But he started bombing Yoruba land in September of '66. He also bombed Ore. Not the Ore. No, that happened in August of '67. Because I want to make sure I'm actually telling you exactly what is there. Essentially, what he was saying, in fact, it was in that same statement that he said that Gowon would not fight because he was a Christian. It's in this book, but I'm in a hurry. But please get that book. It's in the Telegram channel. It's free, so you don't have to pay anything. But it's going to help you. I think I have another way to read it. I'll find it while I'm talking. I'll read it later. This is the problem with me. Once I mention something, I have to find it. Because please, if you're on YouTube, please like this live. Somebody says, what is your problem with 1967 war that has come and gone? My problem with that war, number one, I don't have any problem with the war, but my concern is that your parents and people like you who have refused to heal will not stop lying to us about that war. Therefore, we have a duty to ourselves and our children to make sure that we don't succumb to your ridiculousness. The person who just asked the question, acting as if he has sense, just said, yeah, Yoruba can't even fight a war, let alone developing a weapon for war crack. Oh, yeah. Yoruba people fought amongst themselves for 16 years. You couldn't fight among yourself because you didn't even have any identity. Let me tell you something. I'm about to deal with something that has to do with Yoruba people. So if you write nonsense, I will not hesitate. Give me a second, please. I'm going to find that thing. I'm almost there. Once we bring them up, we must read it. Anybody here has checked that stuff I said? Please do check it. You'll find that stuff. Sorry. Let me just respond to some people while we wait. Mr. Busui, I'm thrilled by your dedication to this endeavor. I studied the sciences, but I love history. Is history your majors? Believe it or not, history. I didn't study history. Well, wasn't my major. I took courses that had to do with history, but not like I don't have a degree in history. But you see, the thing is, it's not so much about the degree, to be honest. Long and short of all I'm saying is this: is it true? The reason I say I don't know is because I don't have any. Affirmatively, he was a coward. This Mbadi will develop so that Mbadi did not develop anything. We're going to have a session on that. Please, let me just focus on this topic. Let me just focus on this topic for now. And let me round up this thing because we're still on the news and we have a long way to go. Here's the point. This, let me read one more thing to you and then we'll move on. That one, like I say, I'll go have to open my eye very well to find that thing. But it's right there. Let me read something to you about the report 1968, February of 1960. During the war, when they come out, the Igbo exodus from Lagos began after the September 1966 riots in the northern region and continued until the roads were closed after the eastern region seceded in May 1967. The total storage collection for, that's waiting they collect for stalls. The total storage collection for September 1966 was 7,697 pounds. Then there's 1 shilling and 6 pence, as compared with 7,587 pounds, 7 shillings and 6 pence for September 1967. The decrease was 109 pounds, 14 shillings, 0 pence. The markets most affected were Apapa Elemu, Alaya Biagba, Ido, Ijero, and Obalende in or near Igbo residential areas. This is from Market Monthly Statements for the month of September 1967 in the report that was published in February 1968 of the Lagos City Council Caretaker Committee of the Market Parks and Cemetery Committee. The point is that when they left, they looked around all the markets in Lagos. Again, at this point, we're focusing on Lagos, not even the states. We're focusing on Lagos Island. When they looked at everywhere where they were concentrated, the areas where the Igbo, the storage from 66 to the storage from 67, the only difference was 100 pounds. In other words, when they were around, on a monthly basis, they would pay, the stalls would make about 7,697 pounds. When they left, the stores were making 7,587 pounds. In other words, your excision from the region cost us 100 pounds. This doesn't look like anybody scattered anywhere because some people were not around. The point is that when they left during the war was the most prosperous for Nigeria. Let me tell you something, and you can fact check. I'll recommend a book. Go on, The Biography of a Soldier Statesman by J. Isawa Eligo. I'm holding the book right here. This book. Please read this book. By 1970, the budget of Nigeria was a surplus. We had a budget surplus in 1970. Just coming outside the war. Just coming out of the war. And Igbo was not part of, there was no Igbo territory that was part of Nigeria for 30 months. Two things I will even say. I will find out that document. Another day I will talk about it. Two things. From this report, again, Market Monthly Statements for the month of September 1967. And it's in the report of the market to what happened in 1967 and they discovered that the only thing, and it wasn't all over Lagos State, it was in the places where the Igbos were, the majority. And you find that in Apapa Elemu, Alayabiagba, Ido, Ijeru, and Obalende, not across Lagos State, just part of Lagos and other spaces like in Apapa Elemu, Alayabiagba, Ido, Ijeru, and Obalende. Those were the major places where they were concentrated. And the huge loss that Yoruba people or Nigeria suffered because of the excision was £100. 100 freaking pounds. That's what Yoruba people suffered for people leaving. This thing of if you collect our investment and go, please start. Do it. Please. I've said it several times. It will even help us because you're going to show us pepper. Show us that pepper by leaving. People think, listen, like I said it before, there's nobody in Nigeria that is not useful. Every region is useful. Every region is important. Every region has something they bring to the table. Nobody is useless. Even the minorities, even the people that everybody calls parasites. By the way, the people who call some people parasites, they are actually the parasites in Nigeria. It's the region that requires heavy allocation on a monthly basis. And what they get is not commercial. In fact, it is way more than what they contribute. And this is not new. We've been having that since the 1940s. The East has always contributed the least. Would you believe that the East is contributing less today than Northeast, where you have Sambisa Forest and Boko Haram? We've got to see, let's be humble. Everybody is important, but nobody is indispensable, including my own ethnic group. And I know we have a lot going for us. But even if something's going to affect Nigeria if we leave, I'll be like, well, they will take care of themselves. Maybe you'll find a way. But this whole nonsense of if we leave, if we pull out our if they pull out the investment, what he said was that Uyo as a city will be sick. Now, I'm not from Uyo. I served in Uyo. I think it's a fantastic town. I don't think this one is thinking straight for saying that about this place. But guess what? Maybe it's true for their region. But to now use that as a microcosm for Nigeria is just insane. Not in the West. If you pull out of Yoruba land, wallahi, before you get to the gate where you're going, people will take your place. Because whatever you are doing right now, let me even tell you something. I'm going to find a way to say it so it doesn't sound off. But you know that there was a time when certain companies in Yoruba land were doing very well. I think it's even good to even talk about it. In electronics, in textile, and stuff. Let me ask you, if you grew up in the 70s, in the 80s, and 90s, do you remember, I don't know about you, but do you remember that in Southwest, second-hand clothing was not very, very popular? Do you remember that second-hand clothing? I mean, growing up, I never wore. I mean, I noticed certain people wearing it. Our tenants had this thing, and they always look nice. Of course, Omati Shedada, so it looks good. But I always wondered where they got it from. We never got involved in second-hand clothing in Yoruba land. And by the way, the popularization of second-hand clothing actually started sincerely, guys, I'm not throwing shots, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but the reason for the second-hand clothing in Nigeria was actually the folks from the Southeast. And it started in the 1960s. And just in case you have not heard about it, I'm not going to go deep into it, but let me just quickly say this. In 1963, an edict was passed by the Eastern Parliament. And I have a document here, by the way, but I'm not going to start reading it. In that document, they said that people should stop coming to markets in the capital naked. That was in 1963. In order to combat that, they had to look at importing second-hand clothing. 1960 continued for a long time before it even affected other parts. That's one. Number two, we had Bata. We had Adebo Electronics. What happened to them? In case you have not heard about it, let me just quickly say it briefly. It's not today's topic, but it's important to mention it. You see, those ones who go abroad, they will import what an Englishman would use and bring it to Nigeria. Of course, it will be expensive, right? It will be expensive. And so what that would do let me tell you something, guys. Please listen to me attentively. If a person discovers that what we are importing is too expensive, what is usually produced in those people is innovation. In other words, they will look for a way to create an alternative. And that's why today in Nigeria, the number one company that manufactures, the reason is not because of its ethnicity, is because what they are bringing in, they have not been able to bring in an inferior quality of that particular thing. What happened really in Nigeria was that a particular time came, certain people decided to go abroad. If you know, in the late 80s, early 90s, you will start seeing Philip having B. Who remembers? Philip, you start seeing B there. They'll be putting B in Philip. Or you see, let's say your name is, let's say it's Samsung. You discover that your own Samsung has O. What's happening now is that folks will buy everything, and because people, people like to, if it's cheap, it's cheap. They'll just prefer to buy, even though it's not going to last. They'll buy that one. So people start buying inferior stuff, affecting two groups. Number one, the ones who will bring the good one, go to their quality. Nobody's buying from them again. The ones who will be challenged to create an alternative locally, they also don't have a reason to do anything. So what do? Everybody just import. You think importation is how countries grow? Especially when you're importing inferior materials. Your iron, you use your iron. People start flooding Nigeria with inferior products. Something is happening right now, by the way. I hope the federal government has noticed it. There's this import duty they've put on cars. So you know what some people are doing? They will go abroad, cut cars in pieces, import them as scrap, and then rebuild them in Nigeria. You think that is innovation? That is a death trap. There's no quality control. We don't even know if you are doing it properly. Just mọ́tò l'accident to wọ́n gé sí méjì láti òró, wọ́n gé láti òró sílẹ̀, wọ́n wá gé apá síbi kan, gẹ́sẹ̀ síbi kan, gé orí síbi kan, gé ọrùn síbi kan, wọ́n wá kó wá Nàìjíríà, wọ́n wá tún tò. Títò ẹ̀ wọ́n ṣe títò ẹnjìníà o, wọ́n á kàn jókòó mọ́ra wọn ṣá, ó ṣàmà wá dúró dáadáa, ó máa gún régé, wọ́n á kún, á bẹ̀rẹ̀ síta níta tuntun, or níta tòkunbọ̀. And people were saying that this thing you are doing is dangerous for economy. Everybody say, oh, you are a tribalist, oh, you are a bigot. If you, as a people, you don't thrive in organized sectors, it means that you are not adding anything really. Do you know, let me say this, there are sectors where certain people thrived until structure was introduced. We know these things, we don't talk about it because live and let live. But once I begin to hear things like, if we leave, something will happen, if we leave, city will be sick, your own city will be sick, will be fine. Because sincerely, in other words, all you're saying, yes, you're able to afford it, and it's true, they're actually meeting a need. There's no question about it. If a person cannot afford, have you ever gone to the market and you hear something like, there's new, but there's tokumbo, and as the new one is inferior? How many of you have gone to the mechanic and your mechanic has told you that before? They have told me that several times. If they have not told you that, maybe we're not living in the same country. Has it happened to you before? Where you go to the mechanic, you want to fix something. Where to tunwa tokumbo wa? In other words, the new, anywhere you go in the world, is the new not supposed to be better than the used? They tell you the new is cheaper, but it's inferior. And if you really want the good one, you have to buy the fairly used. You know, when I first started hearing this thing, I was a lot younger. I'll go with my dad, maybe he's fixing something in the car, or the mechanic comes and tells him in the house and say, Tutunwa Tokumbowa. I used to wonder, like, Kini wo gora there? But Tutushema wa inferior si Tokumbo. Oh, Belgium, Lele, but the Bala Tutun, Koni serve you, Katomo, see you must buy. I mean, see the motor. Oh, shoot. I was supposed to get my car off. I just remembered I parked my car. Anyway, I hope I'm going to have to finish early at this rate. It's actually funny. I left it somewhere. Okay. Here's the point. They'll say, tutun, but if you buy tokumbo, it's going to last longer. Why do you think that is? It's because certain people in their own kind of quick buck, let me just make money. You will bring in inferior stuff. Yes, it's meeting a need. And that one I cannot take away from you. People can't afford the new stuff. So but you know the thing, aspirational things now become commonplace. Right? Aspirational goods are now, like water. You can just buy anything. You feel like you're wearing fake Gucci makes you feel rich, which of course is dumb. Personally, right? Personally, I don't even think people should be all about wearing brands. I mean, I don't know why people are crazy about it. But if you really want to wear a brand and you can't afford the real Gucci, then they'll sell you the fake one. Now, here is the point. Why? Let me tell you something. I told you I said in Ẹkáàbọ. So we used to go to Aba. The first time I went to Area Market, I saw some crazy guys. I mean, they were good. Area has this rows of tailors. That section, Ashadon there's a part where all they're doing is boxers, under part shirts, underside trousers, fantastic stuff, until you find the label on it. So I used to wonder at that time, why can't they just start a brand? You see Burberry being made in Aba. Why can't they just start a brand? Because once you start a brand, there's structure, and folks like that cannot thrive where there's structure. In other words, I'm glad you're doing well, but it's happening because you are working in a sector where it has not been regularized. It happened in the film industry. It literally happened in the movie industry. It is happening right now. Somebody says I'm muted on Twitter. Are you sure? I'm not muted though. But I will change the mic. One second, guys. I hope it's better now on Twitter. So here's the issue. If you regularize or you structure a thing, nobody thrives anymore there, which is the crazy part. If you're so good, you should be able to work in structured environment. And right now we are seeing it in the movie industry. It's becoming very, very clear. So me going to Area, this was years ago. Imagine between then and now, we've actually had people who said, you know what, we can do something like that and put our own and stuff there. It would be my joy to see brands from Aba. But no, you'll be putting Burberry on it. Meanwhile, something similar happened in Kano. Not the same, but a bit similar. So with Kano, Prada, Gucci, all those guys will travel to Kano, buy leather, take it out, and then call it, they say, Italian leather. So there was a court case a while back, making it clear that just about all the leather they're talking about is actually Nigerian. But what they do right now, they don't write Italian leather. If you notice, you won't see Italian leather on the new products now. You see genuine leather, but they'll still carry Prada. So a company called Winston, they started, right, and they started making bags with their own brand. They have a shop in Lekki. They have bags and belts and shoes and all kinds of things, right, with your name on it. But if you are coming from a place where you thrive in chaos, don't be proud to the point where you tell people that without me you are nothing. Number one, without that chaos you are nothing. In other words, all I need to get you straightened out is to fix the chaos. Once I remove the chaos, you are done. So the threat is not to me, it's to you. You are here, you are doing well, and I want you to do well, but you're actually doing this thing based on the magnanimity of the government. The day the government decides to structure this thing, you are out. And you see, if you have this I better pass my neighbor mentality, let me just do this, if I just do this and just go, also. I'll round up by saying this. While I respect, I think he has a right to his opinion, Okona, what he was saying. I'll say this. A people who thrive in chaos have not earned the right to threaten other people especially when they live in the land of those other people. Those who thrive in chaos have not earned the right to threaten their host communities. Because all the host communities need to do is to create structure. Once there is structure and you remove the dysfunction, the person who thinks is all that just discovers that and folks should be saying it, because let me tell you something. All this rhetoric that people are putting on social media, I've said it before. Oh man, there will be consequences. If you keep talking about people like this and you keep saying things like this, one day, say it is street that they are changing the names, they will change your own name, go for yourself. You now tell us, how, again, what I said earlier, during the war, Nigeria was perfect. We're perfect. We're doing so well. We went from -1 to 20.4. If you move mad again in 2027, they will give you Oro. They will even give you more than that, and I will support it. Dosma, your region where you don't have Oro was not beating. You guys were beating people. It got so bad that there's a video now of a man beating his wife for voting APC. Elderly people were being beaten in the streets for voting APC. If you're looking for people to be telling, you cannot even use Oro to insult me, because I revel in it. I think it's brilliant. And no, if you do it, yes, if you do it again in 2027, they will still give you Oro treatment. So, and we'll be here to speak English. They will be doing what they are doing. We'll be analyzing it. Because when it comes to your space, you do whatever you have to do. Although, of course, it should be legal. But nobody said it was illegal, to be honest. When all this your 20 ends, that's where people's cultures come into play. Then you can now go and be fighting Oro and tell them that you have a right. They will then show you that all you have is left. All right, where were we? I'm coming back to that Aláàfin on your thing. But let me play something to you from the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, speaking on what is happening in ADC at the moment. Please take a listen.
You have dismissed the ADC, the opposition coalition, which a lot of Nigerians seem to be looking up to for redemption ahead of 2027. And you saw what happened over the by-election. It does look like there's a gravitation towards that political party. Sean, thank you very much. You said Nigerians, maybe Nigerians are looking up to. Who actually started? How did you get the population of the Nigerians from what happened in the by-election? How would you not say that many Nigerians are looking up to them? Are they not? They are not. Look at what happened. It shows that, you see, when you say, who are those there that Nigerians will be looking up to? You see, take for example, and I continue telling people this. If I see you, for example, in that party you joined, that's okay. She has not had an opportunity to make an impact. So I think that you need to watch him and see whether I can give you an opportunity. Not those who had countless opportunities in life to make a change. And there's no change. They couldn't. And there's no coalition. What is coalition? You can talk about coalition when CPC and APC, and AC, and some PDP members went to form another party that you can call coalition. But not when people say, look, we have left our party to join another party. That cannot be coalition.
But it's a coalition of Nigerians of like they've emptied the PDP.
No, they've not. No, I'm coming.
They left APC.
No, but if you look at their track records, they've always been doing that. If you look at their track record, okay.
Is that why you say Nigerians should reject them?
That because they have nothing to show.
Is that fair for you to say Nigerians should reject those who say they want to?
Nigerians have already rejected them by saying this by-election. They did not make any impact.
But just the beginning.
Oh, you will see the reality. Time is coming, you will see. It's easy for you to appear on national television, for you to appear on national newspapers to talk. Take, for example, I just want to say this, for example. Take my brother, my friend, Elie Leboke, former governor of Cross River State. Was he not Minister of Power? Was he not? What happened? What happened when he was Minister of Power? You remember?
Under your PDP government.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about you now as a person that's going to see PDP that's talking about the rescue there now. He has gone there to say he wanted to rescue. He was Minister of Power. And you remember the amount of money that was spent in power then. If they have gotten it right, we will be talking about power today. Tell me.
So that's why you feel
these are the people. He was governor of Cross River. He was not able to rescue Cross River.
But he did his bit.
And what is his bit? Where did he find Cross River? What was his bit? You see, just one thing you will say. If I say today, with all authority, with all amount of seriousness, that I'm going to join here, because I'm not happy what they have done. When I was on seat, I did this, I did that, I did that. So we look at all of them, all. I don't see that there's anybody there that I did not invite to my state to do one or the other in terms of commissioning of projects.
Even your friend Tambuwa.
Of course.
Now, you know what he said about what the government, your government is doing?
Yes.
I'm twisting opposition,
yes,
chasing them with anti-corruption agency. Is that fair? Is that how your government wants to treat opposition voices?
I'm not speaking on behalf of EFCC, but Nigeria should stop this. I was arrested by EFCC in 2008. When I became the chief of staff in 2007. And I went to EFCC. I was arraigned in the FCT High Court. And they didn't understand me. They will fight for their matter. Even though it was accused, it was said that government was doing that, but I never came out to say it. I went there. Look, you have no case. Look at it. Look at it. If against you, after there are so many Nigerians that have been invited by EFCC one way or the other, why is it that nobody's talking about them being witch hunted or whatever? Is it only politicians that are being witch hunted or should be witch hunted? Why is it that if EFCC does this today, because you appear to be in opposition, you are witch hunted? I'm not saying that he has committed any offense. I didn't say so. But it will also be wrong. Simply because EFCC invited somebody, that's a witch hunt. But if EFCC invites somebody in government, it's not a witch hunt. Only those that are in government should be invited for question of one thing or the other. But somebody who had left government, whom the financial crime believes that may have committed an offense, and therefore we want to hear from you. That means that that person didn't witch hunted. All this kind of blackmail does not work. And it should.
One more thing. Sorry about that. So one more thing. He also talked about Kenneth Mori. All right. So he also spoke on ADC. I'm going to play a number of videos and then we'll read some news and then I'll get into the whole Oyo Ife matter. So I hope people on TikTok are hearing better. Sorry, on Twitter, I hope you can hear better now. The link you asked for, Shijola, is in the comment section on Twitter. But I hope the audio is better now. All right, so this is again, some week, the Minister of the FCT talking about Babachi Lawal. After this, I'll play some videos on ATC and also what's happening in other, from other politicians or political leaders in Nigeria. Take a listen to this.
President Bola. You know, if you have a problem with Mr. President before he became a president, there's nothing wrong in you finding a way to sort that out problem. Take for example, when Mr. President chose the vice presidential candidate, today the vice president of the country, I was one of those that Babachi Lawal visited. He came to my house in Port Harcourt, in particular, Ada George. He came with one of the former speakers of the House of Representatives. What was Zanga? Zanga was that he thought that Mr. President would have chosen him as the vice presidential candidate. Having not done that, heaven will have to let loose.
So his anger is about...
It is certainly that. Let me tell you.
So that's why he told you. He wanted to become vice president.
But it was very clear. You don't need to be clear to you. It was very clear. I mean, we were not kids. I mean, even a kid who's intelligent will know where your anger is. The way you are speaking is very obvious. That is not enough. When you say Mr. President is unapproachable, government is not approachable. What do you call government? I'm a minister in charge of Federal Capital Territory.
All right. TikTok or YouTube. And I hope YouTube is also good. My voice is not gone now. You can hear me. If you're on YouTube, I hope you can hear me. So YouTube, please let me know if you can hear me. Perazim, can you hear me now? The voice, you should be hearing me. Oh. I'm wondering why you say my voice is gone. Please, can everybody hear me? Please, if you have any issues on TikTok, on Twitter, please, TikTok or YouTube will be the better alternatives. All right. Let's move on very swiftly. There's some things I may not read. You know what? I'm not going to read all these things, but let's just listen to Peter Obi's statement. Something he promised that he would do if he became president. If he became or if he becomes, I don't even know which one because he's not going to become anything anyway. By the grace of Awantodinle. Here is what he's saying. Obi, what he said, Danny.
You need aggressively put the sector to unleash what they can do in Nigeria. How do you do it? People say, oh, there's no money. We have borrowed trillion naira, $90 billion. If we had devoted a quarter of that $1 billion to supporting that DNA, Professor, an example of what I experienced when I the recent Ochukwu said that for every entrepreneur they supported with $5,000, he created 20 jobs after 1 year. Speakers after speaker came and supported that position. Now, if we had taken away 25% of this money, $23 billion, and decide to support our entrepreneurs with grants, we would have given it to 4,600,000.
Guys, I don't try. So, would give 7 trillion naira to 4 million entrepreneurs in Nigeria so that you can get 35.4 million jobs in 1 year. Right? In 1 year. All right. So that's the brilliant idea. But there's something from a woman who is the state chairman, Lagos Party, Lagos State. Her name is Pastor Dr. Mrs. Dayo Ekong. And you can find this on Twitter. I'm not going to read everything. She talked about the issues in the state, talked about the struggles, and that that the party is losing unity and relevance, and it's worsened by the controversial role of Peter Obi. He talked about Obi's success in 2023, that was due to collective grace and party support. Excuse me. She also talked about the waning influence that Obi's political interventions are now seen as inconsistent, self-serving, and less effective. She talked about the Edo 2024 loss. She talked about Imo. She talked about Anambra by-election and how everybody Obi supported lost. She talked about even in Obi's base, Anambra State, that his influence has waned. She talked about the fact that Nigerians are increasingly frustrated by Obi's political shifts and disputes. It's going between LP and ADC. We don't really know which one he belongs to. Then she calls for reflection and hopes that the party would be fixed. And I hope that works out for them. Quickly, before we go on, let me quickly talk about Nigerian Immigration Service. There is something that they just put out there, and I think I should just play that just to highlight what's being done well. Take a listen to this. Excuse me. All right, like I always say that bad news travel, but it's important to also highlight the goods that is being done by the government. And one of those things, of course, is contained in the report by Budget Nigeria. If you're just joining, it's not muted. Just hold on. It takes a while. It's the app. All right. Twitter, please, if you are having problems listening, please join us on YouTube. The link is on my Twitter page. I apologize for this. I've done everything I think I can do, but it is well. All right. So talking about the good things that the government is doing, Budget Nigeria has this to say about the federal government, and I think I should, read that in your hearing. So it says here, the federal government settlement of over 2 trillion naira in outstanding capital budget arrears from the 2024 fiscal year is commendable. The news also has it that state fiscal surplus has increased from 2.8 trillion naira in 2023 to 7.1 trillion naira in 2025, providing subnationals with more fiscal space to invest in critical areas such as infrastructure, healthcare, and education. As the focus shifts to 2025 capital releases, this momentum must be sustained. Citizens should also take ownership by checking yourtracker.org and govspend.ng to monitor disbursements and so on and so forth, which I think is very important if you want to grow much on Twitter, which means we are making progress and is getting to the governor. So we went from 2.8 trillion in 2023, and now they're getting 7.1 trillion naira. I think it's important to also ask the governors, what are you using the money for? And that's something I hope people get involved in. And lastly, before I go into that other matter, there's a guy called Niger Farmer. He put this statement out. He says here, after years of sadness, Tinubu put some smiles on ginger farmers' faces. Even though this is not the total makeover of the problem, Tinubu has approved 1.9 billion naira palliative to cushion the economic impact of ginger blight disease outbreak in key ginger producing states across Nigeria. In 2024, Nigeria's ginger exports declined to 6.28 billion naira, a significant drop of 74% compared to 23.76 billion in the same period of 2023. The decrease is attributed to a tuber rot disease, also known as blight disease, which ravaged farmlands and impacted output. The Ginger Association praised the federal government, but said this is not enough, but it's a good step in the right direction for the ginger subsector. So that's good news for those in that sector. All right, having done all of this, we'll now get into Aláàfin and Oni. Someone said that disease is as a result of government allowing foreigners to bring in new ideas. Well, maybe. How true is the talk about Adeleke and Davido paying Osun staff salary from the pocket? I also saw it too. I don't know how true. That's why I didn't read it. If I confirm it to be so, I will let you know. All right, let's get into this on the Aláàfin thing. But before we do so, please, if you're on TikTok, power tap. We're on 54.2K. Very good. We have to make it better. So please, power tap. So we have a lot of people saying things. I heard this happen. I heard that happen. I don't know. Therefore, I can't speak for sure about it. And I'm very careful not to, just tell you what I think without knowing the real thing. So if I know more about the GMO stuff, the one I know, I shared it the last time. If we get more information, I'm going to share. Thank you very much. But if you're on TikTok, please power tap. If you're on YouTube, all you need to do is just double tap the screen, your screen. Just double tap your screen, and you don't like the video with that. So please like the live on YouTube and share as well. Same on TikTok and also on Twitter. Where do we begin this one? Okay, I'm Asheba. I'm waiting for us. I'm waiting for us. I want to go back in time, if I can use that word. Okay. We have what we need here. Thank you for liking the live on TikTok. Let's do the same on YouTube. And please don't stop on TikTok as well. All right, let's start with the news. Like what came out in the last couple of days, and then if we have time, we'll discuss the history, right? So let's start with the news. So what do we know? Number one is that the Aláàfin's palace, a spokesperson released a statement. So this is what I'm going to do, and then of course the Onis Palace has also released a statement. So this is what this is from yesterday, by the way. This is what the Aláàfin's palace did. You know what? Let me read what the Onis Palace said, and then in that thing you will find what the Aláàfin said, so that we reduce our time on this matter. This thing go long. So this is from Punch newspaper. Chieftaincy title: Why Ooni of Ife won't react to Alaafin's 48-hour threat. Let me tell you why I'm even talking about this thing. They've been a lot of things have been happening. A lot of things have been said. People have sent me videos, messages. People have called me. Some of them highly placed people, and some of them also want me to say what I don't want to say. And so I said no, because regardless of what's happening, Aláàfin is a king. Even if he's not a major king, and he is a major king, you know, but if somebody is a king, you have to only know what Aláàfin war Oriade, and more so Aláàfin. So some things have happened in the past. About 3 major things have happened that I've been privy to, but I didn't think it was necessary to talk about those things. But the reason I'm talking about this is because so when a person the point is this, and I'm laughing to give it from when a person wants to run mad, I want to feeling so it takes a lot of madness for a person to release a statement and give the Ooni 48-hour ultimatum. That's why I'm speaking on this matter. All the other things, but to give the Ooni 48-hour ultimatum is nonsense. And whoever issued that threat is not thinking straight. He's Ooni. That's first. And I see all this nonsense that people are writing on social media, chief priest, maybe because he's wearing white. Ooni is not a priest. He is a king and a deity. He is a king and a deity. In Yoruba land, you have to die to become Orisha. The only one in our culture that doesn't have to die to become Orisha is Ooni. That's why you call him Ooni Risha. Every other king in Yoruba land, even the top, the best of all kings after Ooni, is called Igbakeji Orisha. The Aláàfin is Ikuba Bayeye, Igbakeji Orisha. Ooni is not Igbakeji of any Orisha. Ooni is the Okantole lórí Igba tó Igba abirinwo lekan Orisha fe, Orisha le Yorùbá. In tó lekan yẹn, òun l'Ọọ̀ni. Ìkan tó lé yẹn l'Ọọ̀ni. Kì í ṣe ẹni tó lè máa kàn, kì í ṣe èèyàn. Tọ́kọ̀ máa lè sọ̀rọ̀ sí jùà 48 hours látẹnu bàbá ta ni. So what will even happen after this ultimatum even ends? What will happen? It's important that certain things are said, that while everybody should, I mean, there is no way Aláàfin is Aláàfin. He's a major in our history even today. Is beyond the man. The man is a great man, but the throne itself, the throne is deserving of all the respect anybody can muster. But if I can say that about your throne, then much more about the throne of the Ooni. And I'm going to have sessions after I'm done with this thing. I think I'm going to do, there's something I want to talk about in the war, the 67 war. Then maybe I'll do some Yoruba stuff. All these things people are saying about Ooni, when they say, for instance, Ooni is not the son of Oduduwa, excuse me. You hear people say things like, oh, he's not the son of Odudua, that, oh, Nijo later. When people talk like that, you have to know that there's something wrong in their lineage and has to do with madness. Oh, it's not the name of a person, it's a title. You are not born Oni. It's not like they gave birth to Oni. It's a title that is assumed by a person. And it goes all the way back to Odudua himself. But because certain people, and also you hear all this nonsense going on. That's the reason I'm talking about this thing. And it's not just because I'm Ife, by the way. Let me just put that there. I'm Ife, I'm from the royal family in Ife, I'm Ife. But beyond that, I'm Yoruba. The vast majority of us trace our origin and source to Ile Ife. So if a person then goes around and fenotembelu iluye abi apere baba to the throne of the king, it's important for people to actually speak up and say, having said that, let me read to you what Ife said on this matter. So the title of the is Chieftaincy title of the headline in Punch is Chieftaincy title, Why Ooni of Ife Won't React to Alaafin's 48-hour threat. Palace 8. Moses Olafare, the spokesperson for Ooni of Ife, Oba Enitan Ogunwusi, has explained the reasons why the monarch will not react to the 48-hour threat by the Aláàfin of Oyo or Oba Abimbola Owade to reverse the title conferred on the popular Ibadan-based business mogul, Dotun Sanusi. Olafare, in a Facebook post on Tuesday, disclosed that Oba Ogunwusi had particularly directed him to ignore the revered Oyo monarch. According to him, the Ooni will not dignify what he described as undignifiable with an official response, stressing that he had left the matter to be handled in the public court of opinion. He wrote, "My principal has directed me against issuing a press release on the empty threat. I beg to disappoint you, gentlemen of the press. We cannot dignify the undignifiable with an official response. We leave the matter to be handled in the public court of opinion, as it is already being treated. Let's rather focus on narratives that unite us rather than the ones capable of dividing us. No press release, please. 48 hours, my foot." The Punch reports that Oba Owade described the Ooni's action as an affront after he issued a 48-hour ultimatum for the revocation of the chieftaincy title. He also claimed it was a direct challenge to his authority. All right. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this for a minute. Excuse me. I'm going to go to what actually happened. By the time we are done with this thing, you will wonder if some of us actually want the growth of Yoruba land, or some people are just committed to destroying themselves because nobody can destroy Yoruba land. Let me read to you what actually happened. But I think the best way to do it is to read a particular person's, as a lawyer, and I think this response is fine. Then I'll now read what really nǹkan tó bí gbogbo rádàdà yìí tó rádàdà lèmi ká gbélé sí lójú tèmi rádàdà mo kà sí ẹ kà ṣe lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan mo ń bọ̀. This is from a man called Elu Omoelu. It says, whoever should be appointed to write for a palace like that of Aláàfin should be someone with deep sense of wisdom and knowledge. That warning piece by whoever writes it as Bodedro Jaye is not only embarrassing, but also unimaginable with those disparaging words used. I'm going to read exactly what he said. Yoruba will say, Pelela ko labo. This year will make it the 10th year of Ooni Ogunwusi on the throne, and there has never been any time the king or the media arm of Ooni disrespect the institution of Aláàfin, either in writing, in discussions or interviews. Never. Ooni Ogunwusi and late Aláàfin Adeyemi have never had cause to exchange words I can recollect, not on superiority, not on titles, and not even in relationships. Ooni sought and earned that love, and he still seeks that love. Similarly, Ife and the people have always shown love to the Oyos, but the same has never been reciprocal. But I'm reading what he says. When Oniade Ogunwusi became king in 2015, he paid homage to Aláàfin Oyo in an historic event as a mark of respect to someone who is already on the throne before him. But for every hands of love, it is always one day of cry, one day of anger, and one wonders if this is an agenda to draw the so-called Yoruba land into pre-colonial days of ethnical banditry as warmongers. It is sad. On the recent unfounded noise of one title, it is a known fact that this chieftaincy title to anyone for years as far back as 1980s bear Ife in it. Ife is such an historical place to many Yorubas, and with sense of pride, it's nothing to hide and replace for Yoruba land. In many cases, many towns trace their roots to Ife, and that is the role Ife has always served: the root, the source, the cradle, and custodian. Even the history of Oyo and those who came from Oyo cannot be completed without mentioning Ife. There will never be an Oyo town without someone coming from Ile-Ife to settle in Oyo. That is a fact. If I have the time, we'll talk about the history. I promise. Pick any history book of Oyo today, you will see Ile-Ife ancestry there. This is the same ties many Yoruba towns have with Ife: the Ijesha, the Ekiti, the Gbomina, the Akokos, the Okun, and the Shekiri. Lots of many sub-ethnic groups who have historical connections to Ife. This is to show the Ife place in what they call Yoruba land today, and the common heritage we share, and why the name Ife cannot be subdued for any Yoruba land. Ife is enough. This thing is long, but I'm just going to read the conclusion, the concluding paragraph before I now read what happened. Gogo. It says, everyone can call himself what he likes. It is allowed, but no one should use their office to cause mayhem in the society with sensational posts capable of disrupting the peace and tranquility we currently enjoy. We expect everyone to man their posts and bring development to their people in their own little capacity. This is the Yoruba we look forward to, as we await the 48 hours expiry date of the so-called warning on nothing. And while Oni always continue to look away as always, I hope people are keeping records of the event. Tomorrow is always another day. All right, so let me explain what really happened. Somebody posted this. Listen to what the person posted, though, and then listen to the response. This is what the person posted. The man's name, of course, is Jubril Dotun Sanusi. Every word means something, so please pay attention. It says, I am deeply honored to announce that I have been officially conferred the title of Okanlomo Oodua by the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, Ojaja II. This momentous occasion took place during the unveiling of Together, Nigeria's first indigenous social media and business networking platform at the Ilaji International Hotel and Sports Resort, Ibadan. It says here, Okanlomo Oodua. Abi? I am deeply honored to announce that I have Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi. Let's read the response of Bodedro Jaye. Press release. Conferment of chieftaincy title of Okanlomo of Yoruba land. Even if he said Okanlomo of Yoruba land, Taloma ye on pada. So he wrote Okanlomo Oodua. But even if he said again Okanlomo Oodua loko teminkai, to ba te wa je ko Okanlomo Yoruba land. What is Yoruba land? I'm going to read to you what a king said. I want to try as much as possible to reduce. Is even wrong. Okanlomo Yoruba land. Even if it's Okanlomo Yoruba land, he's not the first person to confer something about Yoruba land on a person, as this Oni. This is not the first time that the Oni of Ife is conferring something on people, calling it of Yoruba land. I'll get into it. And let me say something. Yoruba land is not the purview of the Aláàfin. The Aláàfin is the king of Oyo. And at the height of Oyo, Oyo never had power over all of Yoruba land. If we are saying that Yoruba land means all of us, so this is what the Bode Durojaye wrote. He says, somebody said Sanusi changed it himself. He shouldn't have changed it. He should not have changed it. Let me read to you what this one wrote, and now ask if the person who wrote this thing has sense. I mean, since you are talking to a king, it is how to talk to kings. Let me read to you. It says, conferment of chieftaincy title of a column of Yoruba land. Stop staring honest nest. Aláàfin wants Ooni of Ife. Demands revocation within 48 hours. By Bode Durojaye, Director of Media and Public. Only by Bode Durojaye, Director of Media and Publicity to the Aláàfin, paramount ruler of Oyo Kingdom and the superior head of Yoruba land. Who is the superior head of Yoruba land? But I must say, you have to stop this nonsense. I don't have time for what you're writing. It says here, the attention of the Aláàfin of Oyo and the Titan of Yoruba land, Oba Engineer Abimbola Akim Owade I, has been drawn to the purported conferment of the chieftaincy title of a column of Yoruba land on a business tycoon, Dotun Sanusi, by the Ooni of Ife, Oba Enitande Ogunwusi. My own is once you start with number one, stop staring honestness. Aláàfin wants Ooni of Ife. Say wetin happen. Demands revocation within 48 hours. Number one, Ooni already said that his media people should not talk about it. But the point is this: this is not how people. I want to tell you, this is not how they talk to kings. Even you cannot even talk to Baale like that. I'll still get to the reason the title has. There is no reason for that to be changed. That's number one. Number two, and Toba bin Leary cooking sorrow by Sagba Lagba for Robale for Obale, what your Obale and you have your Oba, at your coffee and Toba bin Leary. Come on. Aláàfin wants, demands revocation. Say who you be. That's the funny thing. How can you write something like the superior leader of Yoruba land? Who is this? Who are these people? The superior leader. Kilo fa Latin call superior leaders are a public statement or public release. I'm going to read something to you from Oyo Insight newspaper. Then I'll now read something from a lawyer. I'm trying as much as possible not to actually the reporter published by the Aláàfin of Oyo, Oba Abimbola Akim Owade, asking for the revocation of the announcement of Chief Sanusi Dotun, the chairman, chief executive officer, Ilaji Resorts, as the column of Yoruba land by Ooni Adeyeye Enitan Babatunde Ogunwusi, Ojaja second, came as a rude shock to some of us who had the rare privilege of witnessing the genesis of last Saturday reiteration and amplification of Chief Dotun Sanusi as Okolom of Yoruba land designate. The announcement, which now generated unwarranted furor, had first been made in 2020. At the in time. So we're going 5 years ago. At this time, Aláàfin Adéyẹmí was alive. Aláàfin Adéyẹmí was still with us. So And if you know anything about what Kabesi Ogunwusi, what he did in trying to repair, the breach between the two thrones, you've seen pictures of them together. There's a reason Ogunwusi did what he did. Excuse me. The idea basically was to mend visits to the one paid by Ooni of Ife a year beyond the then newly completed appointment in the following year, 2020, when he led dignitaries from thank you visits to the monarch, the prominent personalities that accompanied Chief Dr. Sanusi. It also featured traditional chants, Chief Dr. Sanusi's speech, and light entertainment. Ooni of Ife, while delivering his speech, acknowledged Dr. Sanusi's contributions to the development of culture in Yoruba land, and as a mark of his appreciation to the man who has done so much for the preservation of Yoruba culture, he announced Chief Dr. Sanusi as the Okonlomo of Yoruba land designate. When was this? 2020. But for the issue of coronavirus, which was rampaging then, the official ceremony and staff of office would have been presented to Ilaji Resort boss. That's the Chief Sanusi. The news of Chief Dr. Sanusi's announcement as Okonlomo of Yoruba land designate was well publicized then. And there was never a time that the then Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, Ọba Lamidi Adeyemi, condemned nor demanded for the revocation of the announcement. In fact, to show the level of cordiality that existed between Chief Dr. Sanusi and the then Aláàfin, the late monarch publicly in his palace endorsed a football competition tagged Ilaji Football League. IFL, a 10-team competition envisioned and solely sponsored by Chief Dr. Sanusi had the participating teams drawn from 10 major towns in Oyo State. Ball league. Then he says here, true to the monarch's predictions, not less than 5 of the players discovered from there are now in European clubs. Okay, let me just go to the last paragraph. If the late Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, Ọba Lamidi Adeyemi, whom many knew and regarded as a repository of Yoruba history and custodian, I'll take that slowly. If the late Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, Ọba Lamidi Adeyemi, whom many knew and regarded as a repository of Yoruba history and custodian of Yoruba culture, during his reign did not antagonize nor reject the announcement of Chief Dr. Sanusi as the Okonlomo of Yoruba land 5 years ago, it is then worrisome, but not totally surprising, that the present Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, Oba Abimbola Akim Owade, was only using the announcement as a cover to fester a supremacy battle. This person who was just given the again, there is no Supreme Court judgment anywhere. Because I don't know, again, we have these people. Sherry Abueko, O Bruju, Keoma Mongakanlo. Keoba Mongakanara Okwe. The only thing they know is Supreme Court. And then they now say, oh, so tell them to give us the court ruling. I'm trying to hold myself from there's a part only way koto wa waju mi sin only ankota ma kambe only ankota ma kambe number. Yoruba. Okay. Sherry. The real issue is not about Aláàfin. Sorry, it's not about the chief in Ilaji. If you really want to know what this is about, is in the heading. T man visitor, but they whatever his name is called, but the Drojai in Koto visitor is actually what tells you what this is about. And I'm just going to say this. This is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not the third time. And the king has not even spent 1 year on the throne. Koto ti kadun ti di wàhálà báyìí. Kọ́lọ́run ṣàánú. Kọ́lọ́run jẹ́ kẹ́mi bá ogun. But Kọ́lọ́run túbọ̀ fún wọn ní ọgbọ́n ìmọ̀ àtòyé. Somebody is writing a press release and it says here that he is the director of media and publicity to the Aláàfin, paramount ruler of Oyo Kingdom and the superior head of Yoruba land. That's what this is about. Who adds that to letterhead? I promised I was going to read something from a king. I just remembered now. Because Tabasoro, is a spiritual head. Again, Oni is not the spiritual head of Yoruba alone, or just the spiritual head. It's not like Oni is the spiritual head, Aláàfin is the political head. When they now say like that, everybody is now calm. It's nonsense. Oni is not a reverend. He's not a priest. He's not a spiritual head. There are spiritual heads in Ife. Every king in Ife has spiritual. Every king in Yoruba land have spiritual duties. He's not a priest. He's a deity. Kì í ṣe bí abọrẹ̀ àbí nǹkan tẹ́ ń pè àbí òrìṣà ni. Ẹni tó ń jíbọ nínú oríkì ọ̀ ni wọ́n àjíbọ ni. Kì í ṣe pé òun ló ń bọ nǹkan. What he does based on his office, he does because he's a king, not because he's a priest. And there was never a time Oyo ruled over the entire stretch of Yoruba land. It did not happen. And yes, Oyo was an empire. And yes, Oyo should be respected and Oyo should be celebrated forever. Was an empire from the 17th century to the 19th century. But before there was anything called Oyo, there was an Ife empire. Listen to what I'm saying now. Before Oyo Ife was exactly what Oromio did in Oyo. Well, it was already, at that time, if it was already attracting people from different parts of the world, at that time, if it already had 3 toll gates, at that time, the bead economy was already booming. So it's important to make it very clear. Where is Ife Empire located? I'm backed up in the historical book. I want to believe you're asking because you want to know, so I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you 2 sources. Number 1, and I hope you are going to read these books, not just ask me. Number 1, oh boy. Now, as I'm thinking, I'm having more books coming to my head. Number 1, A History of the Yoruba People by Stevie Banji Akintoye. That's number 1. Number 2, Yoruba, the New Ife, A Cradle of Civilization by Famakinwa, Ademakinwa. Mumbo, since you asked, wait, let me give you a few more. Number 4, Ife, Cradle of the Yoruba, a handbook on the history of the origin of the Yoruba people. That's by that's Ademakinwa. That's J.A. Ademakinwa. There's another one, there's another cradle. Mumbo. The City of 201 Gods, Ile Ife in Time and Space. That's by Jacob Olupono. There's an Ife, Kiniko Ife title, Marafonense. Yes, The Cradle of a Race. I found it. Yeah, it's in today. Let's keep it. Let's. My audio is freezing. It must be the network. Oh. I'm doing everything. I don't even know what's happening.
Is it better?
If I just join us, just hold on, please. What led to the fall of your empire? That's not today's topic. Many things happened. Many things happened. For instance, the trade routes got diverted. Oyo was rising in the north. Benin was rising in the south. So Benin Tuko was coming by sea. Oyo Tuko was coming from the desert. And the trade routes that we had from the 10th, 11th century, when we were Romali, they will stop in the north before going down. We also had issues we had ecological issues in Ife as well. There also a disease that ravaged the place at the time. But here's the point: every single empire falls. Whether it's Roman Empire, Ife Empire, or your empire, or the British Empire, every single empire falls. Empires rise and fall. And for Ife to sustain that for 400 years means something. Oyo did for 200 years. Oyo stopped becoming an empire before the British arrived, though. Oyo stopped becoming an empire before the British arrived. Ibadan was already taken over from Oyo. And I know people don't talk about this thing a lot. They say, why did it fall? Why did Oyo fall? There will always be something that will lead to, I mean, no empire lasts forever. There has to be the Persian Empire. Where is it now? The Greek Empire, where is it now? Where is Alexander the Great Empire? It was broken in 4. I'm going to read. I mentioned something about the something that happened in 1352. So I'm going to read that to you very quickly. Because again, I think, let me also say this. There's this funny thing about, so there was a book that was published in 1921. I have the book, and I think it's a fantastic book. But the portion that had to do with history is very Oyo-centric. That book. Sorry, somebody wrote something here. Empire fall and they impose a language and name to others. Joshua, is everything okay? Is everything okay? Because when you wrote the first one, I responded to you because I felt like you were talking to someone that knows what you're saying. But right now you're going off. Because I mean, if you're going to write something, should you not write like you are thinking? Do you really think, for instance, that the Latin that we all speak right now, well, many people don't speak right now, but that last is still the language of liturgy in the Roman Catholic Church? Do you think it came from heaven? You don't know that it's because it was the language of Rome? See, the thing is this: all of us are learning. Nobody knows everything. But what you will not do is to bring your ignorance with confidence, not here. I want to read something to you from Ibn Battuta's document. This was published. So he visited Mali between February 1352 and December 1353. And this is what he wrote. To December 1353 about the powerful countries of the Sudan. Again, the word Sudan doesn't talk about, it's not Sudan. There was no country called Sudan. Sudan just means land of the blacks. Again, excuse me, the Arabs call us, right? But if you go to the English will say Niger, the French will say Niger, all of us, they're talking about all of us before it now became the name of a country. Okay? Niger, Niger is from Latin, and of course, Sudan is from Arabic. So it says here that Ife was one of the biggest countries of the Sudan, and their sultan, that's the king. But any unity that people want, where you don't acknowledge who is your head is not unity. It's pandering. I don't pander. The Sultan is one of the greatest sultans. With me, he says, Ile-Ife was the urban center, the largest urban center, the biggest emporium, and the wealthiest polity in West Africa's rainforest belt, south of the Niger River, during the mid-40s. Best Mande or an Arabic transliteration of Ufe. You have Yibo. So the same way, the transliteration of it, Yufi. Here's the point. There's a king. Why am I forgetting this thing now? There's a king I wanted to play. That one from that king. Somebody say, you say Oni is a deity. How can a deity form an empire? Dumpy, once you begin to think like a human being, ask the question properly. I just might answer you. Right now, you're talking like a dumb person. So once you ask like somebody who actually is thinking straight, I promise you I'm going to answer you. The same way you have people that you say, oh, Nigeria, only your history, only your more history. That's how you also have Yoruba. But see, stupidity has no ethnicity. We have stupid Yoruba people. You can't know on the comment section. And people say, oh, let's find unity. This is how you get unity. You know, when I say about Nigeria, we're getting Nigerian unity by going into history. This is also unity. Oh boy. That's true now. It's about Ilukosi. Yes. Yes, brace up. Yes. But guess what? That's not the definition of empire. Invasion is not the definition of empire. But was there invasion? Yes. And Nilukosi of Ilukosi Jesha. Oni is sitting on our father's throne. Don't feel agitated. Your body is exposing your lies. One of the things I think we have is there are some people who are not Yoruba either. Who's, by the way, if I'm even angry with your person saying this thing, for you, Dumpy, you were literally hanging on trees before the Igbo people arrived. We can say who is Aláàfin, who is Oni, who is history. You have no heritage. Oh, Nira. Dumpy, you have no heritage. Is that where he's from? Oh, The thing about you is that the person who is reigning in your own land is my own cousin. And the generality of your people are condemned slaves. Like everyone in your land, apart from those who went from my town and who represent the Oni in your town, everybody there, including you, you are condemned to perpetual servitude. You are literally called Ovien. In the late 19th century, I have an image of your king surrounded by your fathers. All of them were naked. All of them. In other words, they couldn't be allowed to wear clothes because the man from Ife was around. So if your Bible are having conversations on what happened in history, I'm going to remind you that if I'm having that conversation, is with your king, not with you, because you are slaves. The only thing I will not do on your history is to talk anyhow about the king, because that man is a son of Oduduwa. But you are a descendant of slaves. Until today, you proudly say it, you are Ovien. And that's the best you can be in your kingdom. And there's nothing you can do about it, because the person who is ruling you has done it so well for centuries. You are perpetually under. And what I say right now, if you play it to the Oba will tell you I'm right. And if you doubt it, I can actually open session and just be discussing Benin. And while I'll be talking about the greatness of Benin from the royalty point of view, I'll be talking about who you guys are. As far I've not talked about your people for a long time. Whatever goodness you have in your land is because of the man from Ife. Whatever good, whatever progress you have in that city, in that land, is because of the people that came from Ife. Without them, you are nothing. You couldn't even wear clothes. Even in 2025, he's still telling you the clothes that you 2025. He's still telling them the clothes they can wear and the ones they can't wear. That's to tell you how great the people from Ife are. And I would never be the one to speak anyhow about your king. But do you know what your king was using it to do? I don't have to stand up here to read to you. So if two Yoruba people are having issues, maybe they are conversing and they are arguing about a particular matter and they're talking history and they bring books and they're talking. If you notice, we bring books, they'll ask questions or answer until, of course, somebody writes nonsense and say something totally ridiculous. But even then, these are children speaking. These are freeborns talking. You are a slave. You can't put your mouth in that kind of matter like it's beyond you. It's beyond your purview. It's beyond your pay grade. No matter what I say about people that are saying something wrong in Oyo, they are still freeborns. You were born a slave, you will live as a slave, and unless Jesus changes your life, it be like saying now a slave, you go Lumabaku. So please, don't even try. Okay? Now back to the Yoruba guy that I was talking to earlier. The Yoruba that we speak. When you mention Oyo, it's not that we speak Oyo language. It's about Oyo dialect. And even if you listen to Oyo dialect today, it doesn't sound like the way we speak generally. But has greatly influenced the way we do things. Because when we're reducing the language to writing, Oyo and Egba were the primary dialects that were used in giving us the orthography for the writing of the language. Standardizing a language for all of us. And again, you cannot remove that influence. And why? It was because many of the people that did that thing, for instance, Sam Ajayi Crowther, who was the one primarily responsible for the orthography of the Yoruba language, he was an Oyo man. Bishop Samuel Johnson, no, Reverend, not Bishop. Ajayi Crowther was the bishop, Archbishop actually. No, Bishop Ajayi Crowther was the first African bishop. But Samuel Johnson was a reverend. He who wrote the book History of the Yoruba in 1921. Sorry, it was published in 21. He wrote it earlier. He was also an Oyo man. The connection between both of them was that they were in Sierra Leone and they were in Oyo. Johnson was born in Sierra Leone to those who were taken as slaves and resettled in Freetown. The frame of reference for Samuel Crowther was Oyo. And of course, Egba, again, the first paper that was published was in Abeokuta, Henry Townsend. That's the first newspaper in Nigeria, Iwe Iroyin. Was published in 1859. When they were reducing our language to writing, Anthony major influence was Ajayi Crowther. That's why. It's not because of empire or anything. Again, you guys, I don't know if you think or if you just outsource your reasoning capacity. How can you expect to be talking about empire in the 1860s, 70s, 80s? Empire how now? Ibadan was already everywhere at that time, Seth. But how do you have an empire in the late 19th century? And guess what? I think it's a fantastic job that Bishop Ajayi Crowther did. Fantastic. He's one of the permanent, I should say, heroes of Yoruba land. But what happened is actually more about writing. So, and I said something yesterday. What you have, if you go to Ife and you hear Ule, oh sorry, Ijesha or Ekiti, even in Ife, Ufe, Ushu and things like that. When you go up north, you hear Ishu. It is not a different language. It's a different dialect of the same language. It's the same Yoruba language with different dialects. And the same thing you find in English language. You find it in German language. You find it even in French. Many of these languages have dialects. For English, for instance, there's Liverpudlian, which is what you hear in Liverpool. There is Mancunian, which is what you hear in Manchester. But they are both English. But it's different from what you're going to hear down south. And the English that we all speak, if you're in the UK, is called RP, received pronunciation. If a Scottish were to speak English in your hearing, even you be said, "Oga, slow down. Oga, slow down." What are you? Because on one lock body. And for them, it's more of an accent than a dialect because they have their own separate language. Again, I was going to do something earlier, but I won't do it today. Maybe you need to understand what Agoja means. And I'm talking to you, Joshua. Go back to your historians. What does Agoja mean? Where was the original capital of Oyo? How did they get to Igbo? What got you to Agoja? What's the connection between that and Ilorin? After Afonja? Please, let's live in peace. Whatever makes a person write on the letterhead, this is actually the reason, one of the reasons I'm speaking. Number one, the fact that he wrote a letter to Oni demanding 48 hours, I'm like, who are you? Number two, on the letterhead, it says, he's the superior head of Yoruba land. Kile Mbaka. Kile Mbaka. And you have kings in different parts of Yoruba land speaking up now, saying that that person sitting on that throne is representing our father. Ajibogun, who went to create Ilesha, is Oduduwa's grandson. Obanta, that went to Jebu, is from that. From that same source. The Ebumawe of Agwewoye is from that source. There's hardly any town you're going to see that will not say there's a connection with Ife. And once they are not great. You know, it got to a point, they told that they had a meeting. The day problems started having you, but in fact, maybe I should even say something here. One of the major problems we had in Yoruba land was when somebody broke that thing, and that person was from Oyo. Akaribotu, yes. Remo. Please, if you're TikTok, you have to power tap, please. This thing is showing inactivity. Someone say, oh glory. Oh glory, on Ghana. Come show my show. Call my show, oh glory. Everywhere you go, even in Kogi State, the Gominos of Kwara, BAKT, everybody tells you they are from Ife. Why do you think that is? You think it's because they are not great? It's like me saying that I'm great now. I don't want to bear my father's name. I don't want anybody to know that I'm connected. And you guys insult Bini and Igbo. Are you different? How are you different? How are you? You are literally rewriting history to make yourself feel comfortable, feel good. Makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. A major period of warfare. And when he was born, am I Agbabodi? But the point is that I don't believe in unity. Another barista was talking about, but I think I've spent enough time on this matter. But let's make something very clear. Oyo is an important. Oyo we're talking about was not the experience things. Many cities have experienced stuff. Who experience things. The Egba experience, Egba, where Egba is now, that's not the original Egba. Abeokuta was not the original. They had to move there in 1830. Cities, things have happened in different places. So, but if Oyo will always be, great, it has great history. But see, you have to be very careful with has-beens. You know what they call has-been? What of Ekiti? Ah, yes, now. Ekiti towns. Was it not shout to Ikoni? Shout by Jironi or by Kere? I can't remember the particular one. Traveled to Ife. Himself and Oni. They went to their quarters in Ife. They went to their quarters in Ife. Down. You see it in Aoriki. You hear it in Aoriki. They can trade. Johnson. Your Ekiti is from Yekere. Yekere is group or Ejesha. No matter which group, we are all together. We all agree. We have not. Then that means that his throne is our throne for all of us. And all this thing of there's an Oni. Oni is not the name of a person, animal, place, or thing. It's not the name of a person. I'm seeing all these things of, and one Oni was the Oni was not there. One of the Dua was there. Who to Dua was the first Oni. It was the first king, and none. All our towns practice the exact same structure that Oduduwa created in the 11th century. All of them, all. So Kiwani, every single one of you, every single Yoruba town since Oduduwa has practiced Oduduwa's political system. And that's a joy for all of us because it helps us also remember that we are from the same place. These kings would have to get their crowns, a beaded crown. It's your connection to Oduduwa. It's your connection to the throne. Without it, there's no legitimacy. Without those symbols from Ife, you're not legitimate. In 1903, I should end. Why the Kabesi Ife? You know what? I know I want to talk about constitution, but I think it's important to just chill a bit. Mumbo. You know the funny thing about Ife, if you ask any Yoruba person where they're from, they say Ife Abi, but beyond that, they're not just saying that we have Ilimbe. From a mythical perspective, it's considered to be the very place of creation in Yoruba land. Now, I know I'm a Christian, so I believe in the Eden story. But see, the myth of origin of a people is very, very important. If a people are so self-confident to the point where they can tell you that the earth was created in their place, nobody, guys, if Ejami, any other, not die, and let me tell you about Ife. I know I'm stopping because converse older. In Ife, they said the earth was created in Ife. It's a place where it's, even till today, for those who know what I'm talking about, it's a place that actually holds a prime place. So I'm done with that news. Let's do some history before we go to the topic. Ile-Ife is widely regarded as the source, the origin of the world, and the place where dawn begins. That's the reason I always say, clinic on 1 p.m. Ife time. It's because Ife that's where the day dawns. That's where the dawn begins. And I'm going to get through some things without staying too much. I said something about the crowns. Let me quickly read something to you. I'll see how fast we can do this. I'm going to read from a book called City of 201 Gods, Ile-Ife in Time, Space, and the Imagination. This book is by Jacob Olupono. It says here, Ile-Ife attained primacy. Ile-Ife attained primacy there was an issue. There was a was against the Elepe having a beaded crown, and he said he was talk about it. Who would help us solve this thing? This was not even 1 billion years ago. This is 1903 in Lelembe. If 1903 in Yoruba's history is like yesterday, because Agungan will settle. This is 1903 again. The Oni will come and settle the matter. Now, the Oni does not leave his palace. He has people doing different things, you know. Palace. People that was against him leaving the palace that time was Aláàfin. And it was out of respect, like, Baba, you can't leave. You know what? Let me read that part to you. Make up or up. But let's finish this one. I'll come back to what happened in 1903. Each of the kings was assigned a sacred sword representing the divine power to take possession of new territories. Stories of the origin of several Yoruba kingdoms are filled with anecdotes about the royal princes and princesses' encounters as they conquered abound lands and ruled with the sacred insignia of office, the crown and the sword. Number let me read it's in this book. I just want to quickly find the page. Number. Let's stay a little on what happened in 1903. I've talked about it here, but by me, it's okay to revisit these things. And yes, you are very correct, Omobaeko. Number. Let's get into this. In the history of Ile-Ife, I'm reading from the same book, City of 201 Gods, Ile-Ife in Time, Space, and the Imagination, Jacob Olukpono. In the history of Ile-Ife, 1903 was an earth-shattering year for the Yoruba people. It was the year that the Oni, the god king of the Yoruba, again, he's not a priest, he's a deity, or like he wrote here, god king. From the perspective of the Oni and from the perspective of the colonial governor in Lagos, the year ended the preceding and opened a new investiture for Ile-Ife city and the Yoruba state of southwestern Nigeria. Although the governor, Sir William McGregor, was really to the occasion as the Great Crown Case, the Great Crown Case. And to the Yoruba people, it was a precedent-setting great journey because it marked the first time in the history of Ile-Ife that an Oni would venture out of his palace and beyond the center of the universe. For Westerners, the occasion would have been tantamount to asking God to leave heaven to answer the call of a mere mortal. Oni traveled to Lagos, then the center of British regional administration for the Yoruba. News of the unprecedented journey provoked fear, anxiety, and uncertainty because it was a great taboo for the Oni to vacate the sacred city of Ile-Ife to travel to another seat of power. However, that power might be defined or let me say it again. It was a great habit for the Oni to vacate the sacred city of Ile-Ife to travel to another seat of power, however that power might be defined. Therefore, symbolically, the journey of the Oni signified the capitulation of tradition to modernity and of religious authority to secular authority. However, the events for which the Oni was invited to Lagos was remarkable. As the journey itself, for they symbolized the colonial government. Oh boy, this introduction is too long. I want to go to the main thing that happened. All right. So he says the governor sent the request because of a dispute between the Elekwe of Ekwe and a town in the Shagamu district and the Akarigbo of Shagamu, now Ijebu-Remo, over who had the right to wear the sacred beaded crown that originated in Ile-Ife, and thus the legitimacy to rule. Akarigbo of Shagamu claimed primacy over the entire Ijebu-Remo district and refuted the right of the Elekwe of Ekwe to wear the crown. Although the Oni compiled and sent to the colonial office in Lagos a handwritten list of about 54 titles, the governor invited the Oni to visit Lagos to help resolve the dispute over which of the two Oba was sovereign. In 1903, the importance of the Oni's visit and the ancient authority of Ile-Ife as the sacred city were underscored in the governor's note to him. This is what the governor, what's the name of the governor? Governor William McGregor. He wrote a letter to Oni Adelekun Olubushe the first. It says here, as the question is engaging presently the attention of the Central Native Council and to enable them to arrive at a definite conclusion in the matter, it is important that they be placed in possession of your report on this important question as recognized head of Yoruba land, who has the right of issuing crowns. The recognized head of Yoruba land, who has the right of issuing crowns. It's not about I have soldiers. It's about the towns that are connected to your reign or to your throne. In describing his journey to Lagos, the Oni emphasized only religious and political aspects of the trip, although he observed great apprehension in the people of Ile-Ife, indeed in the people throughout the entire land of Yoruba land. Many of his subjects accompanied him to the distant river Ashejire. How many people know Ashejire? That's very close to Badon. In describing, somebody wrote a question which wasn't, how do you guys, so okay, let me just read. In describing his journey to Lagos, the Oni emphasized only religious and political aspects of the trip. Oni is not the spiritual head and the Aláàfin is the political head of Yoruba people. Foul. That's not historically accurate. Aláàfin is the political head of your town and the people under his empire when there was an empire. Not of all Yoruba, because he himself, his throne and his crown is from Ife, or are from Ife. His throne, his sword, his staff, his crown, they are all from Ife. I don't even understand this thing. If there is time, I'll talk about how Oyo itself was founded. Again, as Yoruba people, we have to remember this. Our stories are written. Our stories are documented. It's very difficult to lie. The ones that were critiqued were critiqued. The one that was written as a chronicler was written. The one where you have peer reviews, they are written. You are some of the. I mean, Yoruba people is one of the most researched group of people on the continent of Africa. Just about everything you have done is written down. Your military, your weapons. I have a book on just weaponry. The kind of weapons they used in ancient times in Yoruba land. With pictures, drawing, of course. It's all over there. Your clothing, everything about you is written, including your obas, your everything is written. It's not. It's in Kolama, but it's okay. Come on, Pajalobo. Ema no comment section. Eka ma borrow ilo. Abi kama babo mo ma so. all across the Yoruba land. In fact, let me finish that particular part. In describing his journey to Lagos, political aspects of the trip, going to talk about the matter of who is to be crowned king, right, in Remo, is not a spiritual job or a spiritual, what's the word, exercise. It's political. It was a political act, not a spiritual act. And that's also why I don't like this thing where everything we say about Yoruba land, we reduce everything to myth and mysticism and religion and spirituality. It was statecraft. Who has the right to be king? It didn't say come and pray or come and divine. Tell us politically. In describing his journey to Lagos, the Ooni emphasized only religious and political aspects of the trip, although he observed great apprehension in the people of Ile-Ife. Indeed, in the people throughout the entire Yoruba land. Many of his subjects accompanied him to the distant river Asejire that forms the boundary between Ile-Ife and the land of the Ibadan people, and many vowed to remain there until he returned unharmed to Ile-Ife. All across the land, including the region of the Aláàfin of Oyo, the Ooni observed that the Yoruba Oba began to vacate their thrones. Astonishingly, they remained outside the gates of their cities, waiting the Ooni's safe return. A time of great dread fell upon the land as the Oba feared that the Ooni's departure could bring devastation. Clearly, the Yoruba held their Ooni in great esteem. The British governor confirmed that he had received a telegram from the Alake of Abeokuta, one of the principal Oba in Yoruba land, inquiring about the time that the Ooni would return home so that the Alake could meet him outside the walls of Abeokuta in order to pay his respects to the Ooni to ensure a successful journey to Lagos. In other words, the Alake will be on the way. The Ooni performed sacrifices all along the journey, accompanied by a large entourage of wives, musicians, chiefs, and servants. The Ooni arrived in Lagos on February 23, 1903. He was lodged at Tinubu Square, and he held his first meeting with Governor McGregor on February 24. The historic meeting between the governor and the Ooni indicated they both were exploring mutual benefit. I mean, this thing is long. The point, and by the way, he was able to, they were able to solve it. Where, maybe I should read to you what he said, because he said to them, in fact, you know what, before we continue, maybe I should play to you something that Obolubuche said on this matter. I think I have it somewhere here. Ebitikimo Piri. Olore Obaye Gbogbo. Gbogbo ìwà kíní yìí kò lè gbé wa débi kankan. Number. I thought I saved it earlier, Sha. That's something about me. I actually. Has anybody seen that video before? I'm sure you must have seen it. Mumbo, I'm going to find it. If you get to the point where we have to be saying, number one, if you are noticing, I'm not saying a conju color, because I think it's disrespectful for me to even say Oni is bigger, is higher than Aláàfin. It's even a disrespect to Oni himself. It's disrespectful to Kabisi, to Ife. It's like you sitting yourself down asking yourself, between your grandfather and you, who is greater? That you're even asking that question is enough problem as a Yoruba man, let alone answering that question. I can't seem to find this stuff. It's actually, and I saw it yesterday. I didn't watch it because I know I was there. I said it several times. Yoruba kings, yes. Let me tell you why some of these things rub some of us the wrong way. It's not the answer that we don't have. It's the fact that you're even asking the question. The question is a product of stupidity. I'm serious. And this is me being as... To even ask that question, I mean, if you're a young person, you're asking because you want to know. Yes, of course. But I want to man say, one more. On fait learn your learn láti gbọ́rọ̀. Yeah. It's, you can't even ask that. It's like, how can you... You just say, okay, who is higher? Is it me or my grandfather? In Yoruba land, you're already cursing yourself to even ask that question. That's right now, but I'll find it later and play it for you guys. But at least I've read the same thing to you. It's just, okay, it's in this book as well. It's in this. Something. This is from the Native Crowns. It says here the remarkable, in order that the council might have the benefit of his great authority on the question brought before the body. The Elekwe of Ekwe had claimed a right to wear a crown, and the Akaribo of Shagam has alleged that the Elekwe was not entitled to wear a crown. The discussion of the council in full in the Government Gazette I'll take that again. Out of respect to him, as the head of all the great inferior, not inferior, interior, out of respect to him as the head of all the great interior chiefs, the other chiefs, these are Yoruba talking, so chiefs of course means kings, because for the empire, the only emperor or king or ruler is the emperor. So that means that the only person they will call king or queen will be the one in England. Every other person was a chief. The other chiefs, when they heard of his departure from Ife, left their palaces and were living outside the walls, and there they would remain until he returned. Even the Aláàfin of Oyo was now living outside the palace. That's from the Native Crowns. Even the Aláàfin of Oyo was living... No. The man, not that. Any king will be referred to as a chief, including the Aláàfin. When you read all these old books and you see chiefs, it's not because of Bale. It's because they will call you a chief because the only monarch in the realm was the emperor. So that's why they used chief. But you are right that some of them were Bale. But even if you were Aláàfin, you would be called chief. Or you would be called chief because they want the only monarch to be the head of the empire, which at the time would be the queen. I think he was even still King George. So it says here, out of respect to him as the head of all the great interior chiefs, the other chiefs, when they heard of his departure from Ife, left their palaces and were living outside the walls, and there they would remain until he returned. Even the Aláàfin of Oyo was now living outside the palace. This is not 12th century. This is 1903. This was after Oyo has stopped being the empire. even in the heat. Let me tell you something. Where's that? Yes. If I can find that book, I'll quickly find and read to you. It was Higgins. All I know was that name. To be honest, but this happened in the 19th century. When the Christian missionary visited Ife in 1850s, talking about David Hindra, he was told after he had finished preaching the Christian gospel to a large crowd at the palace of Ife that all religion originated from Ife, that had evolved later in a distant part of the world. David Hindra wrote, Ife is famous as being the seat of idolatry. They try to distract me. We already ended. Who is writing this one? David Hindra. How many of you have heard of Kudeti in Ibadan? St. David's Church in Ibadan. City of Ibadan. That Ife was the place where all nations of the earth have sprung from. In 1886, British agents visiting the Yoruba interior were told by the Aláàfin of Oyo that the Ifes were the entire world will let me use this exact word, the entire world will spoil, as they were the priests of the deities who ruled the world. And by the Seriki of Ijebu, Chief Ogunsigun, that even, this is what they said to them in Ijebu, even the English king can be shown the spot at Ile-Ife where his ancestors were sent out. Finally, to Henry Higgins that I brought up earlier. Henry Higgins, the leading British agent in his 1886 mission, summed up his information about Ife as follows. There are all manner of legends as to the wonders to be seen at Ile-Ife. The Ifes call themselves the conservators of the world and the oldest of mankind, and boast that all crowned personages in the world, including the white man's sovereign, went out originally from Ile-Ife. And it was curious the deference with which other tribes treat them, although they are at war with them. And as everyone was supposed to be a descendant of the Ifes, they looked upon all strangers who visited their town in the light of pilgrims, who came, as they put it, to make their house good. That is, to pay reverence to departed ancestors. Even when there was war, even when they were living, it did not remove that respect that others had for them. And of course, you're not going to see them going around and say, "Awala nibi, awala nife, awala loyo, awala nijebu." You will not see a sensible if a person talk like that. The beauty of that, of what I'm saying really, is that it is the people from those towns that tell you that that is our home. They said here, when people come to Ife, they are seen as coming to make their home good, because Ile Bubu Wanye. Umbo. And I promise you're going to have full sessions on this matters. I'll be on this matter, but for now, we'll just talk a little. I'm going to read from, I'll just read a bit of, I'll just read something small from this and I'll go to something else. This is from a book called Yoruba Warfare in the 19th Century. It says here, by the beginning of the 19th century, the different kingdoms could be grouped into a number of subcultural divisions, talking about Yoruba kingdoms. Oyo, Egba, Ondo, Akoko. In some of these divisions, like Oyo, one single ruler ascendancy, but their paramountcy was not yet generally acceptable. Was founded by Oduduwa's youngest son, Oronyo. Some even say Oronyo was his grandson. What seems certain is that Oyo was one of the latest Yoruba kingdoms to be founded, and to start with, one of the most junior. But it soon became so what you see here is Aláàfin, of course, Oyo became an empire. It became the most powerful Yoruba ruler at the time. And he conquered some Yoruba kingdom, but he never conquered all. But you see,
Sorry about that.
no, Orion was not the son of a princess, so Orion was the son of a prince. Orion was not the son of a princess. The one that was the son of a princess is the man, I mean, of a princess. Olowu is the one that was born to and even Telu that founded the Queen Regnant or in Luwo Gbagi, another man, and then gave birth to Telu. Telu then founded Iwo. But where I was going is that Oyo became the most powerful Yoruba ruler. But then it says here that Oyo was founded by Oduduwa's grandson, Oronyan. Oronyan, of course, is Oromiyan. And it says what seems certain is that Oyo was one of the latest Yoruba kingdoms to be founded. Taloju is an insult. In the days of Oduduwa, kò sọ́yọ́ as a town, kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ o, kò s'Aláàfin o. It was one of the latest Yoruba kingdoms to be founded, and to start with, one of the most junior. Àti dárúkọ Ọ̀tà o, or àwọn Èkìtì o. Why do you think this thing, to be fair, if you hear Ekiti man talk about what they happen right now with this letter, the way that they write for themselves, if you hear Ekiti man talk about, you would think Ekiti man lives in the palace of the Ooni of Ife. He rubs them off the very wrong way. Like, who does he think he is? Oyo came later, and yes, it became a very powerful kingdom. But guess what? Sorry, people are writing things on YouTube. I'm not seeing it, but I think I'm seeing the notification, but I'll find a way to make sure I'm also seeing it so that we'll be on the same page. So if I've not been responding to you, I think, like I said, my sister, my Kinlo. Now I see it now. I want to say we're people of organization. Eletu Bashiru Esheo. Kuli, good to see you. Thank you very much. If you thought you're dancing, I mean, if you thought you're dancing, you cannot forget Oyo. You cannot. But Oyo is not there because it's ancient compared to Awonto and Bengbaye. We have to be very careful. We respect all our kings, we respect all our cities, we respect all our towns, but we're not going to. I want to find. Let me read something from Akinwumi Ogundiran's book, The Yoruba, A New History by Akinwumi Ogundiran. This is something about Oromiyan. Oromiyan is often presented as either a son or a grandson of Oduduwa. Actually, there's a reason they used both, but we're not going to talk about it today. Far more than the other sons and grandsons in Benin, Oromiyan father the Weka Chango. So Oromiyan gave birth to Ajaka. was also the father of Shango, who became the Aláàfin. The mother of Shango was the Nupe princess. Many other Yoruba kingdoms had is the most important agent of Ife's imperial age. That's one of the benefits of having a city-state. Instead of having small groups, they just be conquering you one by one. That's why it was very easy to conquer the central authority. There's nothing bringing everybody together. So KJ, how come I So that was what we also and all those people. Apart from that mistake that he made, what he did that makes a lot of sense was he was trying to build a capital. Small villages, small groups, small villages. He said bringing them together. He told them everybody come inside. He said allotting portions or plots to people. The people that left Ife back, they fought, and when they fought, after fighting, they did exactly what their father did in Ife, which was to reconstruct the entire structure. When I get there, I'll read it. This thing keeps shaking, and I know why. I think it's this cable. Sorry. Ṣe tó yàtọ̀ nílé Ifẹ̀ ni wípé ó kó gbogbo àwọn ìlú kéjekéje, ó kó ogun wọn pọ̀. Just exactly how Oduduwa brought the 13 communities together. Oromi also speaks of the Bariba and Nupe. I'll get to it today. Let me read some things. So where I was going before I even came to Losibobo here is the fact that it was not, again, Ife is not just about spirit. You're not respecting us. You're actually demeaning us. Again, any culture that is reduced to spiritual contributions is armor, or coat of mails, armor, jagun. His grandson, Oromiyan, was actually known as a hunter and warrior. He's actually celebrated more for that. Your question. What you are asking, we had 13 communities. Each community had 8 communities. Everyone had a king. Oba when Oba. I know there's a particular king. This even the Oranfe was not the king of all Ife. He was the head of all the kings. He was the first who headed the kings in Ife. So you have, all this. No. So 90 plus king, people throw it around. Ask us how you got there. The point is, 90 plus king we are talking about is not, your understanding of it is not right. See, history is not just something I just throw around. There were 90 kings before Oduduwa. What does that mean? Even if there were 1 billion kings, none of them ruled Ife. That's the point. Why? Because there was no Ife to rule as a city. We evolved. We didn't just start out like this and everybody had kings, No, we evolved. The small communities had kings. There were many kings over time, but none of them ever ruled a united Ife. That's why Oduduwa is the first king of Ife. And the first Oni. And again, Oni is a title. So when people say this thing of there have been 90 kings in Ife, what does it mean? Nobody ruled a united Ife before Oduduwa. And it was not just, Oduduwa Temoro. Yes, it was that. But it was also a soldier. He was a warrior. He was a strategist. He was a businessman. And one of these days, I will get into, once we are done with all this Nigerian history, we can never be done, to be honest. But we'll just take a break and do some things on Oranfe or Oduduwa or Batala or Olokun. Just do some, because like I always say, the reason I think people should know about this personages is because whenever we talk about them, we think of them as deities. Our elders think of them as heroes. That's why we are not learning anything from them. Because you don't learn from deities, you don't learn from gods. You appease gods, you worship gods, you learn from heroes, you copy heroes. That's why I'm actually very interested in explaining who this person is, who that person was. Who was Ogun? For instance, when I mention Ogun, everybody starts thinking of Ogun Nire, Ogun Nire, Ogun to Waja, Ogun Meje Logun Ba, Ogun Meje Logun Mi, and Ogun to. I'm always very careful of that Oriki. This is the second time. One day, if I want to talk about him, I will tell you the Oriki. Ogun kìí kan apájá, Ogun kìí kan apàgbò, Ogun kan máa ń Ogun ẹlẹ́mọ̀ máa ń ṣe kíní kan ẹni tó bá mọ oríkì ẹ̀ tí máa mọ̀ nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ. Mo mọ̀ ọ́ mi fẹ́ sọ síta ni o. Tí o bá gba kíní kan, gba kíní kan. Ó ti di Ogun ẹ̀yìn odi, Ogun Mákindé. Tí o bá gba kíní kan, gba kíní kan. Gba kíní kan, gba kíní kan. Ó ti yé yín. That's what we think. And we are right. If all we are thinking of is the spiritual part. But Ogun was an engineer. Why do you think all drivers in Yoruba land talk about Ogun? When they want to swear, why do they say Ogunre? Why do they do that? Why is it that when you go to the shrine of Ogun, you will find metal, but you also find lubricant? Ekpo. You look at it like one being confogun. Yeah, but do you not see the symbolism of what he's known for? He's a tech person. You see the iron and you see the lubricant. So you have metal, lubricant, iron, palm oil. And we all know this. Up until recently, less than 100 years ago, palm oil they were getting from Nigeria. You know they were using to power engines in the UK. You know now. That palm oil, a power engine. Automatic combustion engine, industrial revolution to bureke. Ekpo was the lubricant that they used in the machines in Europe's industries or factories. When you see Ekpo on Irin, what do you think? Tó bá mú àgbẹ̀ tálágbẹ̀dẹ bá mú òòlù tó bá ń lu òkè lójú kan tó bá fẹ́ lubricate kí ló máa lò sí omi epo. When we think of these things, all we think about is religion, and that is why we are not innovating. Why do you think they call? See, there's a spiritual side to this. Yes, anti-corruption agents. Yes, there's a spiritual side to it. When we talk about Ogunlakaye Oshimole. You know, oftentimes we go to Olominle Fejewe Olashonle Fimokimo Bora. But Oshimole, what does it mean? Thank you for the explanation about the Ekpo. It eases and reduces friction and heat. Thank you. What is Oshimole? What does it mean? Oshin. So Yoruba, we have a number of words. I'll go back to this thing. We have a number of words for leader or king in Yoruba land. There's Oba, there's Olu, there's Oloja, there's Oshin. If you go to Ijebu, a lot of people they'll tell you that they are Oshin. 1 second, please.
Hello? Roy. Roy. Mo ń bọ̀ Táíwò ṣó ń gbọ́ mi? Hello Táíwò.
Please, can you give me 5 minutes? 5 to 10 minutes. Take the car key. Sorry, please. Please, I need 5 to 10 minutes. I want to stay on this Ogun thing for a bit. I was mentioning Oshimole. That's where we are, Ejo. I just need to get the car. Oshimole. So please, that's where we're going to continue from. What does Oshimole mean? Ejo Mombo. You want me to play you a song? Key YouTuber for any strike abi. Actually, you have a right to ask for that song. So let me play the song. You have a right. we'll find a way to talk about YouTube, what YouTube can do for us later. Eka play, my play I want like I'll be back soon. Yeah. Okay. Egbo abami eda. Mombo. Shank, bye bye. Shank, bye bye. Hello? Shank, bye bye. It's the device, so everything was good though. Oh boy. Thank you very much for staying tuned. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the music. I had to run down the streets, then drove back up. But I'm glad I did. Back to what I was saying earlier. We're going to do this. Let me tell you something about our fathers. You know, in fact, let me start by saying this. I told you last week, I told you that last weekend I spent time with my... No music was playing. I left the music on now. I left the music on. I was playing Lagbaja's song. That's what I was wondering, like, how come you did not hear me? Because the same device I used for playing the music, I apologize. So apparently what's happening is that I had to go out of TikTok on that other device, and then I came back in. Me. So but I really apologize. I was playing musical. Baba Miti Dorisha Baba 70 deo. So Abba Miti Dorisha, not Baba me. Abba me. I thought you were enjoying the music. Yeah. So I was saying, okay, it was on Monday I told you that I spent a lot of time. It's a blessing in disguise. At least I won't have to worry about YouTube. But thank you for understanding. I was sharing that I spent some time with my mentor over the weekend. See, my mentor's father wrote a thesis on Ifa. He's a proper reverend gentleman. I mean, he's late now. He was a proper gentleman. And we were talking about our deities. And it was like, you get it. One of the things that actually gladdens my heart is when elders, professors, doctors tell you get it. And we also talk about some people who think that we're trying to do something like untoward, not understand the fact that some people that have pushed this thing up, written about it, have mostly been people who looked at it beyond spirituality. Not to say that, I mean, if I'm a Christian, if I'm talking church, is different. But if we're talking Yoruba, we can talk about the philosophy of Yoruba. I know one funny thing that he said, actually, I started laughing. I was like, this happened to me too. He said the Babalawo saw him and he said something. The Babalawo said, that thing belongs to them. He now said to the Babalawo that no, it belongs to us. You just own the spiritual aspect of it. I was like, this same thing happened to me. And that was my exact same response. We lose out on these things because all we see, and when I say we, I mean all of us, whether you are the traditional person or you are the Christian or Muslim, when you focus on the spirituality, you will miss out on the larger part of what they are talking about is actually beyond what you think they are saying. It's bigger. The tradition, the culture, the philosophy, the wisdom that is encoded is bigger than the spirituality. As we go on, we're going to talk about this, but let me say this. The reason I talk about because see, our fathers, our ancestors knew that the Orishas were humans. They knew. Do you know that, I won't go deep into it today, but do you know that the Orishas, even the ones who had frailties, who made mistakes, their frailties were included in their taboos as deities? Oh boy, I don't know. I'll find a way to explain. I don't want to go, but we'll have another session on this. I'm stopping myself because I don't want to go outside this whole Ibadan. Sorry, if Aláàfin thing. I already said that, so I must finish it. So let me finish it this way. How many of you know Obatala? Please, in the comment section, can just type if you do. If you don't, please tell me you don't. If you do, then my work is not as much. Batala. ìgbà míì àwọn kan máa pe Ọbàtálá ní òrìṣà ńlá. Is a very important deity. But you see, Yoruba elders are brilliant. Their relationship with, let me tell you something, before the British, Yoruba's relationship with the Orisha was not spiritual. Or let me put it this way, it was not exclusively spiritual. They didn't see them as gods. The word gods did not exist in the lexicon or in the way they looked at the deities. It was more like heroes, like you have patron saints in the Roman Catholic Church. That's how they saw them. They respected them, they paid obeisance to them, but they were seen as, and I'm using the word that is closest. Oshimale, yes, I'm going to go there. They looked at, I'm not saying they were patron saints, I'm saying the what you can use to understand, or the best way to understand who they were to us, was not as deities. The reason I use deities and gods these days because that's what we all now understand. But the reason we call them that was because when Europeans got to us, they looked at us the way they were before Christianity. They were pagans and they had gods, and many of them. When they looked at us and saw us with many of these, orishas, they said, this must be their gods. And the way we related with them made them think that it was the same concept. It's not the same concept. The closest thing to it really is what you would call like patron saints. Like you would call St. Patrick's for St. Patrick's Day, for instance, for the Irish. That's how our orisha really are. That's actually what they are, to a large extent. Not totally, but to a large extent. The way you have the patron saint of a guild, that's what Ogun is. Is the patron saint of metal workers. Why? Because it was the most important. Before him, there was nobody that was as important in metallurgy than him. And so he became the patron saint of those who work with irin. So tó bá jẹ́ alágbẹ̀dẹ, tó bá jẹ́ ọdẹ, tó bá ń ṣe nǹkan tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú irin. Meanwhile, irin to us ó ti pẹ́. For the whites, they had the Stone Age, then they had the Bronze Age, then they got to the Iron Age. For us, we went from the Stone Age straight to the Iron Age. We didn't have the bronze brick. By the way, everything I'm saying right now, guys, I'm not making anything up. I can tell you this. Let me even tell you now. You can read what I just said right now. Two sources: History of the Yoruba People by Banji Akintoye and Yoruba: The New History by Akinwumi Ogundiran. The speed actually grow. Akọrin ká tó kan ṣé bàbá náà pé bronze bóyá bàbá bí dẹ akọrin ká tó kan. Now, when they call him Oshimole, and again, with all due respect to those who see this from a spiritual or religious perspective, you are. I'm going to. Okay, I was going to say something about Obatala. Obatala, I'll come back to Oshimole, please. I asked a question about Obatala earlier, and I said, Sharonti, thank you. When Sharonti Obatala, there is something that those who follow Obatala, I want to start using the word follow because I think it's better. Not again, please, if you relate with this concept as a religious person, this is not me. I'm not having a religious conversation. How come we now have bronze sculpture? Because bronze came eventually. Bronze came eventually. So understand what I said, Bronze Age. So human history is divided into different epochs or eras. There was an era that you call Stone Age, where your tools were, I'm sorry, I'm saying a lot of things because people are asking questions, where the tools that people use were made of stone. So you have flint stones. You want to cut, use a stone. You have to sharpen the stone, because that's what you could pick on the surface. In order to get to the other, you can't get iron on the surface. So the first man would not have been able to access iron or ide. Iron, iron, ideni, bronze. The first set of men would not be able to access those things. The first set of men would have found stones around them. They would have found rocks and hills and mountains. They would have found rocks and stones and found a way to sharpen them if they want to, maybe to cut something. You know, everything you use metal for, they use stone for essentially back in the day, right? And then for Yoruba, for instance, if you read Akitoye's book, for Yoruba, for instance, our discovery of iron was related to our work in pottery, which was majorly what the women did in trying to find the kind of raw materials they needed. At some point, and again, it's not today's topic, at some point, they found a way to use heat or to generate heat to a particular point where you can be able to extract iron from the core of the earth. That happened. So the point is not that we don't have bronze, is that we had iron before bronze. But for Oyinbo, they had bronze. For instance, they had Ice Age. We don't have Ice Age, or we didn't have Ice Age. Okay, different. But they had Stone Age, and then they had Bronze Age, and then they had Iron Age. We had Stone Age, and we went straight to Iron. But let me finish with Obatala. I'm going to go back to this Iron thing very soon. Followers of Obatala have a taboo. There's something they don't do. Again, if you discuss this thing from a spiritual perspective or religious perspective, I understand you, but that's not what today's conversation is about. It's not that. OJ, no. They did not demonize them. Again, see, a lot of you just say things that because you think that's what happened. That's not what happened. They call them gods and deities based on their understanding of their own culture. People everywhere go from the known to the unknown. If you meet something you don't know right now, you use what you know already to understand that thing. It is not everything that is based on conspiracy theory. You know what? I'll come back to you. Let me just stay with Obatala. When you look at Obatala, there's a taboo that his followers observe. They don't drink. The early 1900s was actually when things got better. Okay? Early 1900s was actually when things got better. Guys, you know, comment section is very important in this session. So please, nobody is here. So I depend on you in the comment section. But please, let's not just write things. Early 1900s was actually when things became better. That was the time when Yoruba Christians chose to be Christians and remain Yoruba by changing everything that was European and Western to their own cultural understanding. You can't speak for them. I can speak for them. I've studied this thing. I've spent more than 20 years doing this. What do you mean I can't speak for them? I know I'm on TikTok, but people of God, I think I've studied it, I've researched it, I've visited shrines, I've been to these places. Why do you think the African Church started in 1901? What do you think Fela's grandfather was doing? What do you think Mojola Agbebi was doing? What was E.M. Lijadu doing, studying Ifa? What do you think Bolaji Dowo was doing, and Reverend Adebola? What do you think these people were doing on the matters of Ifa, especially, and understanding Yoruba deities? You know, there's something that I think we do a lot in our age. We think we're the first set of people to come up with this thing. We are not. The first set of people started talking about it in the late 19th century, and they had a breakthrough in the early 1900s, specifically 1901. We think we are very smart. I mean, I know we are smart, but in reality, if you compare us with our forebears, you'll be humble. You will be humble. If I show you books by Bolaji Dowo, if I show you E.M. Lijadu was a reverend who wrote on Ifa, the first one, the first indigenous person that wrote on Ifa, and the first thesis, PhD thesis in England on Ifa was also written by an indigenous person, was also written by a priest, a Christian priest. Why were they doing that? They were rediscovering their culture regardless of their religion. It is not everything that is conspiracy. One day I'll still go into that issue thing. One of these days I'll talk about it and what Ajaka actually did and what they are saying he did that he did not do. We need to really study. That's what I would say. We really need to study. But back to Obatala. Obatala, his followers have a taboo that they all observe, which is not to drink. There's a particular thing. What do I believe? What I'm telling you. There's a particular, even in our myth of origin as Yoruba people, that error was, I'm sorry, you are distracting me at this point, sincerely. You are talking based on what you think. I'm telling you based on what happened. You, again, all of us have theories, but I'm not just theories. I'm talking historically accurate factual deductions. That's the thing that I think we're not getting. Oh, Gorilla, please don't do that. There's the oh boy, I wish I could play you a video. Ibolomo, if a video is here, let me play you a video. I'm not going to tell you his name, Sha. I don't like, because if I tell his name, it might be name drop. I'm like, come on, she name dropping. If I find it, I'll play it. When he was talking to me about a war. Not today, because if I get into this thing, at the macro below, let me tell you, this is actually what Mumbo. Don't worry, we'll come back to this later. I just want to advise all of us, right? No matter what you think you know, please, when the time comes to talk about this Yoruba traditional kinikini, I will go deep into it because I have the structure right now that can make it easy rather than when everybody used to come up. So it's going to work now. I'll just advise that all of us should please take time to study what actually happened, what our forebears did on every side. Study it. They were wise. Excuse me, and I dare say they were wiser than us. They were wiser than us. The mistake of the youth is thinking that is the first to hit on an idea. Which is why everybody goes to the extreme, because they're not building on anything. The mistakes, so let's say, for instance, there were some people back in the day who also went to the extreme, and then they came back later. So what our generation should do is, okay, so they went through the extreme, then they came back middle of the Ukiniko. So we'll try to build, if it's not there, but our own better, our malo better from the beginning. Who will do extreme, will get angry, who will do something wrong, will now find a way when we are like 50 or 60. Then with our bad day, our mama to one day, and that's how we no. They now go back. So the point is 3 generations repeating the exact same process. We are not building on it. It's sad. Oh boy, when it comes to this matter, it gets me very passionate because that's actually what I'm very, very passionate about. The evolution of Yoruba land, of Yoruba thoughts, Yoruba philosophy beyond just spiritual or blame games. I'm not sure. Have you ever really studied what really happened? But again, we're going to talk about that later. Obatala, in our cosmology, in our myth of origin. So let me put it this way. There are 3 things going on. Number 1 is the humanity of the person. That person had certain frailties. All of us have frailties. Kò sí nǹkan bí tó pé tán. Ọlọ́run ló ń ṣọ́ wa, Ọlọ́run ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Ogobi tí ó bá jẹ́ ogobi tó bá ibi tí kùdìẹ̀kùdìẹ̀ bá wà ní ayé wa, k'Ọlọ́run ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Everybody has something that, yeah, maybe you have done it, or you are better now. Praise God. So, as a human being, he had human frailty. When Yoruba people decided to deify him, they did not excuse his frailty. Do you know what they did? They included his frailty in our myth as a deity. They then used that frailty as the basis for a taboo for his followers. If whatever human issue he had, in our myth of origin, there's a reason they said he did something, then Oduduwa had to now come from Olodumare. That story, they were telling you something that is based on what they were as humans, but again, is the what I'm saying basically is that in Yoruba idea of it is to take him what and all and say, this is who we have, this is our own, this is what he did right, this is what he did maybe not very cool, but guess what we're going to do? We're going to learn from his errors and make it better. Therefore, what they are doing is they are learning from his humanity before they're talking about his divinity. What we look at today is just the divinity. Therefore, we're not able to learn anything. For instance, if I mention Oromiyan, but what do you think? Which is, I mean, that's the religious part. But the man, you cannot learn anything from the Okpa now. And I'm not saying the Okpa is not important. The Okpa is important as a there's a word for that thing. Not memorabilia. There's a what's that word? There's a word for that. There's a word I'm looking for. You wordsmith, give me the word now. Memorial. Memorial. That's a memorial. See, let me tell you why they put these things up. Maybe it should also help our generation. These people did not put those things up for worship originally. I mean, for the rest of the people, Kilopai, what does it represent? That's a memorial. That reminds you of who he was. So when you see the Opa, the next thing that the Agbalagbas expect you to ask is that who is this Tana Forikini so? Your question will then get them to tell you his story. His story will then inspire you to do better in your generation. That is how we keep it going. But once we get to the Opa, we think that is what it is. Sorry, guys. When you get to the Okpa, all you see is Ambo. And I'm not saying Mabo. It's like when you go to Olumo. When you get to Olumo Rock, I'll come Bo, okay, Abi? I'll come Olumo. What did the government of Ogun State do with Olumo? To create more people to worship? No. To make it a tourist site. When you get there and you see the hills, what do you ask? Why is it so important to us? Then you hear the story of Abeokuta. You hear about the war. You hear about Shodeke. You hear about how Shodeke took people from Egbaoko, how they took the arcade, the Okeono and the Bagura, how they got there, his connection with the Owu, how they settled that place. What are you doing right now? You are using an object, right, to learn the history. You begin to now adore them like, they did that when they were fighting. They were able to know that they could get a fortress and they hid behind this thing. Okay, how does that work for me today? How it works for Ogun State today is to rebuild everything around that. Do you know they did not build anything? They didn't touch the hills, the rocks. Last week, they opened, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, they opened Olumo Rock. It's now free until September. The crowd that went to Olumo Rock last week, the place was packed out. people were complaining that people were too many. They just stayed in the car. I know somebody who traveled from another city, another state, about 2 weeks ago to go to Olumorok. So just marvel. But you see, what we are doing, we have to be careful so that we don't devolve. People had conversations a while back, and I was there, and I said to them, I said, listen, back in the day, our forebears, they will look at a hill that is so huge and be like, kiji, igi to bi, tell tie apa oka, àwọn kan tó pé apa okagi, ẹ máa rí wọn pé ẹ máa bọ́ igi ọ̀pẹ and so on and so forth. Now, they now evolved to the point where they looked at the functionality of what they are seeing. So, for instance, when they saw the Olumorok, it wasn't about worship, it was about refuge. There's a functionality of that thing. After the thing has saved them, they then decided to worship that thing. But they rediscovered it and said, look, you know what, this is a tourist site. That is what everything is. There is a spiritual part of it. For those who want to worship it, it's fine. I mean, I'm a Christian, I will say it's not fine because I want you to be Jesus, to be a Christian. But I'm saying from a cultural perspective, it's okay. But I'm saying beyond that, there's something. Don't even hide the flaws of our heroes. When I was growing up, my aunt used to tell me the story of one of the kings of Ife, my great-great-great-great-grandfather. And in that story, they will mention certain things that happened. Even add this to the story, they will tell you the story. You know, the day I knew that these people knew what they were doing was when I understood where they were going with the story. Where they were going with the story was, of course, they told me about the king, the way he moved, the things he did, and it was great. And the story eventually ended in how our own royal family split into two. And it split in two through his own daughter. If not for that, we'll probably have 3 royal families in Ife. Today we have 4. One split into 2. One split into, one still remain mine. The splinter group is where the present one is from. I'm not going to refer history, but the point I'm trying to make is that they will tell you even what you consider to be, they don't whitewash. They'll tell you. And so even in your taboos, in your rituals, there are some things you will not do. In most cases, it's not because of spiritual revelation. It's because of wisdom, native understanding, native wisdom, native intelligence. They say, well, but I'm back in law. I don't want to go into about the last stuff because if I go into it, I'll eventually get into the war. Please finish that. You have no. Telling me first, Sotara. Told me again. Let me find a way to explain. Okay, let's say it this way. If you look at our myth of origin as Yoruba people, Olódùmarè rán Ọbàtálá pé kó wá dá ilé ayé. Nǹkan méjì máa sọ ọ́. Ó ní kó Ọbàtálá wá dá ilé ayé. Ọbàtálá mẹ́mu. Nígbà tó bàbá mẹ́mu, you know. Olódùmarè wá nílò láti rán Yorùbá máa fi sọ. Mi fẹ́ fi Gẹ̀ẹ́sì sọ. mo sọ fún yín pé ẹni tó igun Ọbàtálá sígun Odùduwà was because of indecisiveness, and one of the things they complained about. And that's why when they came up with our myth, they included it there. Unless you don't know Yoruba myth, you have heard it before. If you don't know that one that is shared now, you know the second one. The second one ni wípé tẹ́ bá rí èèyàn kan tí orí ẹ̀ ò tí bóyá ó ṣúké, àbí orí ẹ̀ tóbi jù, àbí kò balance, àbí ó jẹ́ bí amúkùn, kí ló máa ń sọ? Ẹ jẹ́ n béèrè. Tẹ́ bá mọ̀ máa yẹ sọ bọ̀ mí ní sọ lédè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì. Anybody? Akande, please, I'm sorry. Gorilla is like that. Nígbà mi. Okay. Ìkọ́ tó máa sọ ni wípé bàbá ó yó ń gbà tí wọ́n mọ orí ẹ̀. Online ni ò ṣe. Wọ́n sọ pé Ọbàtálá ló máa ń mọ rí. Or ló máa ń form, ló máa ń mọ èèyàn. And some people have also gone ahead to say that there's a possibility, this is what scholars have said, that he was also an artist. And Mori Olo Moyo, like the form of man, is the one that Olo Mashe. So NT Oba, you know, my own, I'm glad for my family, Sha, because we knew all these things and nobody used to fight about it. It was just to explain, and they were trying to go somewhere with it. And where they were going with it, you will not find it in the myth. Well, you will find it in the myth when they said that because he couldn't finish it, Odua came to finish it. Which then gives you the basis for the taboo. If you are following him, you cannot drink. But the reason was because the person, not the deity, they're enjoying it, but is showing inactivity. I know I was talking about Oshimole. I'm going back to Oshimole. Today's topic is just everywhere. So what do you see from there? You see that our fathers had heroes. By the way, that hero, they made sure that when Oduduwa became king, being the first king of the United Ife, the last king of the Confederacy, or no, not king, the last head of the Confederacy was Obatala. The first king of the system, somebody wrote system here. The first king of the city was Oduduwa. So, I want to tell you, even after Oduduwa won, they did not just make Oduduwa king and, invest all the powers in him or another, or impose, what's the word now? Or impose all the powers in him. They also had to acknowledge. On YouTube, I apologize. It's this Apple. If you don't mind, if you can come on TikTok, I would appreciate it. I'm trying, but I'll see what we can do to even make it better. We'll see if I can find another app before tomorrow. Really, you for 1 hour like there. Iso Oduduwa, son of Obatala, no, Oduduwa is from Idita. Obatala is from Okiora. Oduduwa is from it. Sorry. Oh yeah. Obatala is from Idita. Odudua is from Okiora. They are both Yoruba. They are both Ife, but they are not. He's not somebody's father. But he was an elder by the time Odudua, came up. And how you know that is because the Confederate of Ife will now choose one of us to be the king over us, so that when we want to make decisions that they take priority. It's loading, but names I can easily remember. There's Idita. That's where Batala was heading. There is Iloromu. There is Imojubi. There is Baraki. There is. Come up with the other names now. Come up with 5. Shemotik Bianjun. And each of them is Oranfe, the father of Odudua. No. Oranfe is not the father of Odudua, but Oranfe is from the same quarters or from the same settlement as Odudua. Oranfe was also from Okiora. There's Omologun, Parakin, Okioja, Iloran, Odin, Idita, Iloromu, Iwinrin, Okiawo, Ijugbe, Iraye, Imojubi, Ido. I think Parakin was a split. Parakin was a split of Parakin in Lare. Was a split of another one. But let's just stay with this one. All right. So you have again Iloromu is in, by the way, it's present day Ifejisha Road, Idita, Ramokuro. And two one. Anyway, these are the. So now let me quickly go through it. Omologun had his own king. Parakin. Oh, Motizako Parakin Lekon, yes. Omologun, Parakin, Okioja, Iloran, Odin, Idita, Iloromu, Iwini, Okiawo, Ijugbe, Iraye, Imojubi, Ido. So you mean Odudua met Obatala? Of course. Of course. Oh boy. Story ma tún gùn gan o. That's your question. Story ma gùn gan. Ṣá ní gbàdá sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá báyìí. Because this is something that we must know. But I mean, in terms of Lori or Rawolo, no, it's also something we must know. So did the myth of origin come first or was influenced by this event? Are you ready for the answer? I'll answer you later. I know the answer. It's probably just going to take me 5 seconds, but I won't answer. I did you okay? Dear, dear, allow Koto Japoji. Obatala was king of Idita, and then he became the king of all the. So the way Ife was, you have the 13 communities, then you have the hills, the mountains surrounding. There are 7 of them. One of them is Okiora. That Okiora is where Oranfe was from, and also where Odua came from. Adeji, yes, yes. So maybe we should focus on Yoruba today. We're already on Yoruba now. It's already past 6. I'm not talking anything. I'm just like, I'm going from, people are asking different questions. Yoruba history is wide. But the point I'm trying to make is that gbogbo àwọn yìí náà ní ọba tiwọn oníkálukú wọn lọ́ba. So nǹkan tó wá ṣẹlẹ̀ ní wípé, thank you Fresh. Nǹkan tó wá ṣẹlẹ̀ ní wípé, by the time Oduduwa came, Obatala was the head of the 13 kings, including himself. Oh, I have books. I have books, but my books are not on this. My books are on Christian, on faith and stuff. I'll write books on this later. We're working on something. It is well. Where was I? By the time of Oduduwa, Obatala was the head of all the kings. Again, he was not the king of Ife. He was the head of all kings. Let me quickly explain something. You see, back in the day, each king in each settlement was also the chief priest of that settlement. Each king in each of the settlements was also the chief priest in that settlement. And the deity of that settlement is usually different from that of the other settlement. That's why I always say, if you hear me say things boldly and I say Yoruba has always had multiplicity of deities, that's where I'm coming from. Even when we were just settlements, all of us in that geographical area did not have one deity, apart from Olodumare that we all look up to. Each of them had different deities. For instance, there's a story about Ejugbe. They used to have the biggest yams in Ife. And people started wondering, like, these guys are having big yams, you know, and they were like, okay, you know what, maybe what we'll do is this. We're going to, I'm using the word venerate, but worship the Orisha of those people. Well, not Orisha, but you get the point. Their deity. You thought this was Oduduwa that built? No, the Confederacy was centuries before Oduduwa. Oduduwa did not build Confederacy. Oduduwa created a new monarchy system. So, what was the deity? Let's take it one by one. Fresh. But I'll answer your question though. No. No, I've even forgot what I was saying. What was I? Okay. The king Entoje Olori Awon Kini was Obatala. So I was saying that Ijugbe had big yams. And people were like, they are going to worship that Kini so that Omar. Of course, now we've advanced. We know that maybe it has something to do with the soil, you know, in Ijugbe area that others did not have. And that's why they had bountiful harvest with yams specifically. So the king of that subgroup is also the chief priest. And then the deity, in most cases, is different from the one of the next group. But they could interact. They could marry. They could have different deities from different places, and nobody has any problem with that. All this thing, when you see a Christian marrying a Muslim and you have your president, President Tinubu, is a Muslim. He has gone to Mecca. His wife is a pastor. That did not start in 2025. That is rooted in your culture from way back. The settlements would have different deities, but they could intermarry. As a matter of fact, it was actually encouraged that they intermarried rather than staying within, because they also understood what inbreeding could cause. That's how our fathers built societies. And then, so by the time the 13 communities came together, Oranfe was the very first one. There's a song in Ife, Ora lo nife, Ora lo loki, Ora lo nile. Essentially, the Ora is the Oranfe, is the primus inter pares. Is the first among equals. Is the one everybody looked up to. right? He's the one everybody looked up to because he was the head of the king. So every community respected him, but not that he was Oni, but he was the head of their kings. If a person is the head of your king, you have to respect him. And by the way, it did not come easy. It took a while. These things are recorded, by the way. It took a while for people to now say, okay, so we now have to, because people had issues. Are we going to jettison our autonomy? Are we going to now be under another group? No, you're going to be who you are. Oh, shoot. 1 second. Lọ́nìfẹ̀, mo ń bọ̀ o. Thank you. Okay, we're good. You left YouTube for TikTok. Hey, Yama Binu. We'll find another stuff to stream on YouTube. Where was I? Lọ́nìfẹ̀. We have all this. We have our own group. There's the way we do our thing. There's the way they did their thing. We're all Yoruba. Sorry, guys. This thing is too bright. All right. We are all together. We're all Yoruba, but it's just like family to family. So everybody's like, there's autonomy. How are you going to do this thing? Just like autonomous communities, essentially, but with king. So that's why I said that Oba wa ni ile Yoruba, Oba wa ni Ekiti. They are Oba in different parts of Yoruba land. Gbogbo wọn kéréje kò sí ìlú. Bá ṣe sọ nsìn ìletò. Right? Ìleje. So nǹkan tí Oduduwa ṣe was to create something called divine kingship in Ife. And in creating that divine kingship, it changed the idea of monarchy, even based on what they knew at the time. But you see, before he did that, some things happened. For instance, the person who was who was the head of all those groups, he had a problem with the fact that this one was coming with a new idea. At the time, people were complaining about the leadership. Sorry, guys. Ati Kenan Komero vivi. Olatunji Farinto, John to Olon. Please read the room. Read the room. Read the room. This is not it. Where was I? People were already clamoring for change because of the kind of leadership they had at the time, right? And Fresh, just hold on. How can Oranfe be the first Shogo when Shogo didn't even exist in Oranfe's day? There was no Shogo. So Oranfe is Oranfe. Shogo came much later. But let's just continue this way. The other question you asked that I said I was going to answer later, please copy it and paste it in the next 2 minutes, please. I want to answer that question. I think it's a very fantastic question, by the way. The old order, there was an old order and the new order. The new order wanted something different. And why? So one of the beauties of having that kind of confederacy is that you're able to take advantage of your resources, of the resources in your area. So you have to remember that at the time, they were surrounded by bushes, forests, I should say, forests, animals. You needed more land. You had to expand. Farming was booming around this time. People wanted more stuff. From research, which is not today's topic, but again, I don't even know the topic again. From research, it was a time of expansion, and also there was a time of delay in decision-making process, right? There was some issue with decision-making process, and I want to, so they wanted a change, and so when the change came, Auto Ambetele said no. Now, some of the 13 communities who are split, I'll come and be, right? And then you have a person like not Obaloro, Obameri was one of the major captains who eventually moved the Mobatala out of Idita. So there's Idita, then there's Idita Oko. When they moved out of Idita was when they moved to Idita Oko. It was around that time was when the Ugbos were also, Ugbos mostly were on the side of Obatala and many other groups. And that's why you see some of the things that happen when some people from Ondo State say certain things is from there that's coming, because they were on that side. But eventually, there was a man called Prince Ojumo, who now brokered peace, brought Obatala back into town. They then created a situation where everybody would have a place, regardless of the person who won. We know who won, we know who lost. But we're not going to have this winner takes all kind of thing. Regardless of who won, we're going to elevate everybody, especially because it was based on agreement. No victor, no vanquished. No victor, no vanquished was something my forefathers would not even think about. My forefathers would acknowledge the victor, they will acknowledge the vanquished, then they will now create a system that recognizes both of them. And how do I know that? Every year in Ife, whenever we have Olojo, we reenact, was it Olojo? I think it's Olojo. We reenact the battle between Odudu and Obatala. Omameke. Like a mock fight, a mock wrestling. Omameke. You know how the story will end. What they are doing essentially is to tell you that story. That is our own way of documenting history. There was a fight. That thing that they started doing in Ife back then is what they copied and instituted in Benin called Ekiopaga Treaty. Where they also have to have a mock fight. This is what happened between the Oba and Ogiame. It's the same thing. And that's why our performing arts is very important to us as Yoruba people. When you look at we call it reenactment. When you look at our reenactments, apart from the fact that we have a plays, which is similar to what you also find in Lagos with Orisha Damo plays. That's Kintemari. They're acting out an event. It's our own way of we don't have television, we didn't have videos, we didn't have TVs, we didn't have cinemas. That's our way of watching what happens. So the next generation knows. So we don't say no victor, no vanquish. No, we know who won, we know who lost, but we don't pepper people. We don't rub it in their faces. We create a system where even the one who won did not have absolute authority. Traditionally, in Yoruba, Oba doesn't have absolute powers. We say Kabiosi Akmole. Maybe you cannot ask him, but there are people that can ask him. E.g., Ogboni. And the Ogboni are the judiciary of the government, right? So all of that about Batala. The point I'm trying to make really is this. I said from talking about heroes and how we look at them. I'm going to have a full session on this thing, but I think this also helps. No, your Messi is the cabinet. It's similar to Iwarefa in Ife. Ogboni is the judiciary. So your Messi is like a parliament. They can also question the king. For instance, they can tell the king Koshiba. And that happened. It happened to Aule. They can tell you to commit royal suicide. Maybe you are just disturbing the whole world. We don't even know what's wrong with you. We can't kill you because you are no longer human. Once you become king, you are more than human. And that concept came from Ife. Every human being has to die to become Orisha. The Oni becomes Orisha the day he becomes king. It's called divine kingship. That is why when people ask questions about who is higher, Oni or Kinikon, it pains me to the bones. It is ridiculously stupid. Ogboni is not an Egba concept. Ogboni is from Ife. There was nothing called Egba when Ogboni started. Well, let me not say it that way. Ogboni had not, Egba had not even developed any system. No other person had developed that complex system when he started. But it's called Ogboni in Egba. It's called Oshubo in Ijebu. How Oyo was founded, how Ifa became this, became the favored divination practice of Oyo. It's here. It's here. I'm surrounded by these things. It's here. There was a time Ifa was not the preferred divination practice in Oyo. There was a date, and there was a person who made that happen. And at this point, 18th century, this was way after it was codified and canonized. Our fathers were not just spiritual. They were very practical human beings. They were spiritual, but they were practical. Let me understanding to be able to get into some knowledge. To be honest, even there's something I cannot see. Which is what I'm talking about. Like, if you go beyond the facade, then you can see the heart of the fathers. They were creating, just shouting, "Oh, spiritual." It was a political thing. There were things they had to do for political sake, for political expediency. If they didn't do it, we won't have Yoruba land as we have it now. It's a very we're coming from. Some people are still there. And then this redemption, when I say redemption, I'm saying political advancement and stuff. Lies, Oyinbo. Our redemption lies in the wisdom of our ancestors. Why? You don't learn from deities. You learn from heroes. You worship deities. Deities, to you, when I was talking about Batala, I was going like this. There's a reason. Some of us, it is well. People are just, well, might take a while to get it. But when I was in school, this is about the mistakes of David. I'm a Christian. I'm going to just give you a parallel. David, even in Islam, is considered a prophet, right? Bible doesn't look away from the errors of David. But the same David is called the man after God's own heart. That's what Yoruba people did with our Orisha. The city of David, the city of Zion, Jerusalem, how he built, that he had Uriah's wife. And guess what? It's the same Uriah's wife, Bathsheba, that produced Solomon. Heroes are not messiahs. Heroes are not saints in the sense of sinless. They're just people who have done extraordinary things, and they're larger than life, and therefore we can learn from them. And that's why we talk about Awolowo. That's why we talk about Ogun and Odudua and Shango. But if you understand why we are not worshipping at Awolowo's shrine today, that's the reason we can learn from Awo. The day we begin to teposi, that's the day, I can assure you. And I'm not saying it's because it's bad. It's because we reduce what we think to spirituality. Back to what I was saying about Ogun. You see, Ogun was an innovator. He was an engineer, right? He worked with metals, and he was so good at it. He could bring out he could fashion equipment and fashion weapons. He could do fantastic things. Therefore, and he was a warrior. Therefore, there's no way you're going to look down on him. Then, to now make matters interesting, listen to this. Ogun lakaye oshimole, which was Ogun lakaye oshimole. I said earlier, there are 4 ways of explaining kingship or leadership in Yoruba land. There's Oba, there's Olu, there's Oloja, there's Oshin. Some Yoruba towns have Olu, e.g. Olu Ilaro, Olu Wari, they are Olu. Oloja is similar to what the eagle has called Onoja. Olofin is a title. Oba is descriptive of who he is. Olofin, Aláàfin, those are titles. But that's why you say Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́, Ọba, Ọ̀wádé, Ọọ̀ni Ifẹ̀, Ọba, Ẹnìtàn Ògúnwùsì. So it's Oba, it's Oloja, Olu, and Oshin. That could mean either king, owner, leader. So Olu could mean leader, it could mean king. Sorry, it could mean king, yes. It could also mean owner. Oloja. The reason, of course, is because no. The reason for Oloja, very quickly, like 5 seconds, I don't want to go deep into it, is because in Yoruba, Àtijọ́. No, maybe, but you know that even in that place, again, when you hear the word Kabiyesi, it's Akponle. It's not literal for any king in Yoruba land. The people who made it almost literal were the British. After 1914 indirect rule system that started, they were the ones who almost saw Yoruba people. You can be questioned. Ẹgbàá wọn ò sí lọ́wọ́ aráàlú ṣá o, àfi tó wáyé pé tó ti kọjá yẹ pátápátá. You can clear the grounds. You have holes. You can oh, would it be weird for us to consider that path? That's where the metal own areas. Wọ́n sọ pé èèyàn ló ń dórìṣà. Kì í ṣe pé bóyá ó sọ wá àbí, but there is a gbọ̀ngàn ṣá. There is a there's a human explanation to some of these things. It's not shape shifting. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. Wọ́n á sọ pé orúkọ What you are doing and I'll say this. Most of them who are inside, when awo, out of religion, but words go better before religion. They are not religious words. Awo speaks of somebody who is a custodian or somebody who knows, who is deep in knowledge. And because he knows, of course, it's not everything. Even now, it's not everything we know we go talk, because we have to learn from them. There's a reason they also did the way they talk about it. But we're not talking about it in order to diminish what they did. We're talking about it so we can understand why they did it, and tell you, for instance, that listen, we have a product, and I've talked about this thing over and over again, like the apex of our creativity. But I'm not saying that there's nothing better, but how am I? They created a product that product was important. It became I've said it here before. They created a product that became the status symbol, right? It was Prada, Gucci in one. Shegi Aniyu. The dichroic beads, the tubular beads, they created the beads. Those ileke, there is new history by Akinwumi Ogundiran. You will see the breakdown of the heat, no furnace, of the way the crucible was created, everything. But the world did not know, and it was important. Why? The entire economy of Ife was based on that tiny thing. That tiny thing was going all the way to North Africa. It was going to the Mediterranean. It was this Kojubailo. We see today, I just say Ileke. That thing, without that thing, you could not become an Oba in Yoruba land. You must get your Opa Leke from Ife. That's your connection of an Oni. Ṣé I'll see if I can find it quickly. Yes, yes. Let me show you this one. I think this should work. This is not the perfect one, but no, it's actually good enough. Look at this image. Look at his neck. Look at the ankles. What do you see? Look at the neck. God bless you. The legs, the ankles, Mumbo. I'll see if I can find. I just found it. God is good. Mumbo, this one is facing you, so you can see it very well. This one, if you don't see this one, I'm a Jao. Look at this one. Do you see the neck? There's another one, Sha, but do you see the neck? Do you see his wrist? Do you see the ankles? What do you see there? Beads. Not just one, no. Uncle. Some of these figures are from the 12th century, 13th century AD. Please power tap on TikTok. There's one I'm looking for. That one is, I mean, everyone is, I'm the Tirinsin, yo. Kimo. Yes. This one is even close shot. Then you also look at the head, look at the crown. That one is bronze, right? Look at the neck. Look at what he has around his neck. So now, don't just look at the one that's around here. Look at the one here. She trace layers. She tira on layers here. So she wale be. Tira on layers here. And then you learn kabe. By the way, everything I'm saying again is written in books. Oh no, Shukwajo is something else. Here's the point. Baba will deck himself with these jewels. Status symbol. What is this thing that this man is wearing? What's this thing? And that's why you notice today, 2025, there are certain beads that kings wear, there are certain beads that chiefs wear, and there's a way they wear them. It goes back to Oduduwa. Colors also matter. There's certain colors they wear. Is that red or blue? That's the job. Then there's Akun. That's different. This one is Shaggy and you. Oduduwa revolutionized that industry, and if it became the base of something fresh in the forests of Africa, it was a bead making industry. But while they were creating this stuff, I promise I'm going to have a full session on this thing. I'm going to show you pictures of the beads. I'm going to show you, why not just do it now? Would you mind if I take like 30 seconds? I want to show you something in a book. Is that okay? Let me ask for permission. Somebody says he was promoting by using himself a model. God bless you. And you should put that. No. Can you give me like few seconds, Mumbo? I want to show you something. You like it. All right. Thank you very much for staying. I want to show you something before we go on. So this book is referring to all the while. But at this point, I want to show you a picture. So now go bring that. Now I go bring the book with that. Female. Showed you this one on the tab. This image, this particular one. You see how it's completely decked. Okay. Mumbo. Tomato. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi jọ bí òwe, ọlọ́gbọ́n ló lè yé. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi jọ bí àṣàmọ̀ fáwọn tó gùn kí kọjá ewé. Ọ̀rọ̀ ayé mi kò ṣe farawé gbámúgbámú jìgìjìgì. Okay. Máa fi ṣẹ́gi àti iyàn wọ̀nyí nǹkan tí gbogbo wa ń jẹ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ń gbà náà, particularly nílùú Ilé-Ifẹ̀. They were all of that, not one. Let's not reduce everything to. And by the way, that's not to. One second. That's not to deny. There's something I'm looking for in this book, apart from the pictures, which is the primary reason I went up. But there's something else. There's a description. I'll get it for you now. There's a description of. I'm going somewhere with. You know where I started from? I started from IP. Right? I started from intellectual property and trademark. So I'm still on the path. Just give me. Finish this one. Mumbo. Marinsin. Yes, high lime, high alumina. Their beads, high lime alumina beads are distinctive type of glass bead produced in Ile-Ife, a city with a riches. You know, when Igbo people first got to us, they said we were importing glass and recreating it in Ife. That's why I respect the work that Dr. Babalola just finished. He won, is it $300,000 grant? He did all that work in Ife on glass beads. They had loads of stuff that they got out of those places. They used to think that Yoruba people were when we went to trade in Mali, we bought glass and took it back to Ife and now broke it down and now created stuff and made beads. No, they discovered that no, we didn't buy the glass and created beads in Ife. We created the glass and the bead in Ife. So that glass bead production began in Ile-Ife. On account of their unique chemical signatures, raw materials, Islamic world, including India, late Bronze Age Egypt, and Mesopotamia. Barium glass of Han China, or the wood ash and ash lime glass of medieval Europe. Ile-Ife was not the first to develop the. No. Sorry, this one. The Ife. Time Mountain Law. Where were we? Dates the institution of divine kingship, Obalade. Ile-Ife used his glass beads to challenge the monarchy as a preferred emblems of power and authority, at least during the late formative age of late. As we shall see below, the beginning of glass Obalade politics from dependency on external sources as the means of validating their locally crafted ideology of power, the idealism of social order, and the legitimacy of those who held the levers of power and authority. Ile-Ife used its glass technology know-how to destabilize the supply chain of the jasper beads coming from the Moshi Niger area. It did this by marketing two of its prime glass products, the blue shegi and the red iyun diachroic glass beads, to the surrounding region as the primary identifiers of royal and elite system and chiefly authorities that accompanied the proliferation of this diet across the Yoruba-speaking world. Had the following, Akun. Ile-Ife produced different varieties in colors and materials of power-vested glass beads, of which shegi, the bluish diachroic beads, and iyun, the reddish diachroic glass beads, were preponderant. These multiple categories of beads cater to different segments of social hierarchies and allowed for differentiated taste and accumulation beyond the royal and noble classes. Give me a paw. This is, by the way, this is from Akinwumi Ogundiran. By the way, Akinwumi Ogundiran is a professor. He's also an archaeologist. He did some work in the Old Oyo National Park. I think they were still doing it until last year. I don't know if they're still there. So this is not Barak Budu Kinekon. Let me explain. So at least you have an idea how important these beads are. You had to. So who started this marketing of this particular bead? It was Otuduwa. He had to market it by being the model. He would wear it. They saw it on him. They wanted it. In Kotobe Shekabesi láti wọ orúkọ báyìí, àwa la máa wọ̀. So that's why I said is Chanel, Prada, Gucci, Dior, everything rolled into what is the, I mean, it was a status symbol, something that you wore and you felt like something. So you see how powerful this is. Every Yoruba town, but beyond Yoruba town, even the Benin, that's what they wear. Why do you think the Oba of Benin wears that stuff around his neck? It started with Oduduwa. And this is not me trying, you know what? That's stated by Professor Banji Akintoye. All this come out called like a corun. She better àwọn images tí mo fi hàn yín. She better àwọn àwòrán tí mo fi hàn yín. Come out called like a corun. Kó pọ̀ láyà, kó wà ní lọ́wọ́, kó wà lẹ́sẹ̀. Iṣẹ́ kábíyèsí, iṣẹ́ Odùduwà nìyẹn. And it was from a marketing standpoint, not from a religious standpoint. I read it out here now. They marketed it because they had something to compete with. The Akun. The Akun was not indigenous to us. It was coming from the Niger Moshi side. Therefore, you had to find a way to make sure that this one is better than that one. Therefore, even though Akun was already popular, it came in only one color. If we had to come up with an idea to make sure we had different colors, primarily two, but there were more. So they have to find a way to use their dye. This one even goes deep into the heat. How many degrees Celsius? How people you bad go? So you had so you can even stratify your social order or your elite. So that's where this idea of IP protection came in. Let me tell you what it is. Where did you get this from? Where did you get this from? Go and meet Rainbow. Tell Rainbow to. You get my point. When the Rainbow excretes, whatever the Rainbow gives to you, that's this thing. That's where we are getting it from.
those things. We do it in performing arts, we do it in fashion, we do it in software, art and craft. We have to do it in science. Some people do it in science. But we have to do it even more. Like, I want to say the Yoruba was concerned that I grew up, when I was in secondary school when YouTube was so popular, when YouTube became very popular, when you could buy tablet for two babies. No, so the corner for 3 people. You buy tablet for. That's what China did. That's what we should do. And all this content, all these things, is rapidly awakening something in somebody. Whether you want to focus on science, focus on math and math, focus on class B, which by the way is still very expensive to do. Because of the focus is you have to go through. You want to focus on the science of the thing you are doing. Or you look at the goal, the one thing you are going to do is focus on just for you. It's happening, it needs to happen more, and happens more, much more. Especially with the educated people. Let me tell you something. There's really no art that is completely lost in Yoruba land. There's no art that is completely lost, or science that is completely lost. I don't think so. But there is act of Balanda. We have to now refine them, and the first thing I think, personally, number one, we must remove the materialism. Today, I can take Senator Balayo, I can take Kenya, I can Molo, I can take Abatan Boston and Sumo, and want people to engineer those things. Want people to people, there is a better way of doing those things. You don't have to be looking for skills or chemicals that can supply. Let me not use skills. You don't have to use the exact same container for this in there. I think there's some potential that to work with the problem. There's a potential that to work. I think my time I work with a lot. All things are new. All of that is very fascinating. When we were working, how bad is just work how see that we're cars. How cars are made. Step by step process. The process is part of the journey. When they go to make the car, do you know how they started this car thing that they do? I'm realizing it now. I don't know the guy. You know how they started this process? It's technical research. You know what they do? They took the skeleton, the carpenter, and the room. One more piano, my body of it. That's all. What they're doing is mechanical engineering. One piano, more Bobadino Consumer. One of the more we do is around one material for the one to fire, one to fall into the one to fall into the nígbà tí ìwà gbé nǹkan tó wà lára rẹ̀ níwájú di mọ́ọ̀sì wọ́n wá sí mọ́ọ̀sì yẹn wọ́n wá fọlọ́ síta wọ́n wá fọ àwọn àmọ̀ yẹn tó lára rẹ̀ àti wọ́n á fọ̀ tán wọ́n wá kó mọ́ọ̀sì yẹn padà that put it together all over again they now painted it the same way they did that other one no they still did mission was no they now painted it from inside outside the room and then that became the body of the car that's so hard there's a science behind it. Thank you for doing this one. Thank you. I think you now have. Well, the point is this: that process, there's art, there's science, there's all kind of things. There's costing. But in our mind, there's an art and an artist. And the artist is working with the mechanical engineer and how to the car. You have to do something for the dashboard. You have to do something for every part of the car. If you think like this, you will think what you are going to do is to create the container. Because look at what this all is very good. You have to make the Bible for it. There's a particular kind of paper they have to use. It's thin. But also it's giant power. So the particular tool you use. I know you take it back. I remember saying my students over and over yesterday. The biggest manufacturer of the Bible. The biggest manufacturer of the country in China. there are many industries within that industry. That is what I'm trying to make. You have the people who are planting a particular kind of tree in the soil. Those who sell the tree, you have those who process the tree, those who cut it, those who turn it into salt. Automatic education, automatic. What is the difference? What I'm saying is that we want to value things. So even if you're owning, I don't want to do this. Even you're only just to do the normal procedure. I'm just trying to see if we can awaken ourselves in this thing. Number one, to clean that side, self-worth, self-vision. I do not just jump from the tree. I have a long history of innovation in my as well as from my ancestors, right? So I can build on it. Lastly, those we talk about when was sent, he was sent to the moon, he sent to the moon, and I'm going to round up sent to the moon, eventually went to Oyo. When he got to Oyo, this very thing was known just like it is some of these people put together, some of them they most of them they had pockets of small settlements of locals or Bariba. And that is why by the time they created Oyo, Aláàfin is always a relative. He's a Nigerian. So I think I have a ancestry in Yoruba, in Oyo, so they have Nigerian ancestry. It's just from the spiritual skills that are Oyo. That's all. Grandfather, they really the son left back in the world. He then turn around and then say to his grandfather that he, the great grandson, is superior to you. Again, I'm not going to answer the question who is superior. I think it's a very important question. So the real way I put it well is create a structure. You don't run strong or no. We take that structure and create something somewhere else. The grandson will then give birth to a son in that place, and that son becomes the king of that place. And that son also rises and becomes great. But before he leaves that son, he goes back to his soul. Before he dies, or no, he leaves that place for his son, goes back to his father's soul. Becomes all needs his own right. And was still in the days of Israel as an empire. Or no was still in the days of Israel as an empire. The other thing, there was Obalika. All these things were there for while Israel was empire. Although was society standing with him. Shabodawo, Shabolite, how? No, Shabo was in a lot. Not about his father. He became king after Japan. The two were sons of the same person. Or no, but they had different mothers. So those mother was British. Now, that one will now stand up and look in the direction of Israel. Not people that are here now, his own son. Look in the direction of his great grandfather and then say to that one that I have become something now. Nobody has become like this. Nobody has done this before. I've become some. Therefore, I'm now superior to my great grandfather. that is ridiculous. Number three, I think we need to sit down and understand that whatever it is that you have, or you have, whatever it is like that, whatever it is you have, you must pay your money daily. That's for the other, for what is the other. Whatever you want to sell, or you possess, listen, you possess it for 200 years. My brother, your father possess it for 400. And to make matters interesting, the Aláàfin in the 1800s said the exact same thing I'm saying right now. What we call 1880. I read the document when he told you what the Aláàfin told you in 1886. They know. Because the people of our father, they don't do. At the time there was war in Israel. Because they already had the fact that they will never come in that way. But what can tell them? What do they say? What can tell them? They down, they down, they down, they down. The Aláàfin was telling you that if you don't teach people, the entire world will be out of order. That's what he said. The word he used was that the world will spoil. And you know that the cause are protected. That's what the Aláàfin said to the Israel. And there is no case. I have not quoted you any of it. I was going to play the video by foundation that I did it for the international. I was going to tell you what Adéyẹmí did. Ọba Adéyẹmí Adéyẹmí, who was king for 60 years, from 1930 to 1980. And he was the first governor of Western Region. And he was the permanent chairman of the House of Chiefs. I was going to tell you what he said. And how, the Aláàfin, before Adéyẹmí the first, the Adéyẹmí that Canada and second, Bàbá wa, and the first, that was the one before Angola. We do that before that. I want, God certificate gave me the order from Adéyẹmí. Guess what? We have the picture. I just don't like it. The reason I don't say everything because to what end will you do? Again, all the things cannot give an order. But it's something has to be said. And it's not fair to say one is higher. Number one, people say that if you have to talk like that, like you said, it is to the shame of them. You can know man here, and they have to tell you. When you want to go to you, I can watch you intentionally, and they have to tell you that if you conduct, you are the good Yoruba identity. You are literally the good. And I don't care if the person that is wearing this, I don't think you are the good. If you need to be told, you are the good. And that's why also you don't say anything. So now about the whole it's not don't like there's not that's what I want to see for 2000. If you have that letter of right you should really convey that superior head of your land. That's how we grew as a people. This is 2025. We're not back to COVID, everything, autonomous community. You want to take it there. You are whatever, available, Nikapo, Nakapo. We don't want our lower and fear to press us. We won't do that to that because this is what they were irú ẹ̀ láti fún ti àdìrẹ pa ìtàn bá máa fẹ̀sán àdìrẹ ní agbẹ́sẹ̀ rẹ̀ àti oríṣiríṣi tó wà nígbà tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ó ti parí ní òun wọ́n sì ń ṣe torí wọ́n ò jẹ́ kó parun láti àjọ náà ó ti ṣe lóṣù nígbà and by the way there's nobody that there's nothing to me about it it's just that one is his grandson and his business he was big and his business is the price of his grandfather but even in his business he couldn't even match his grandfather he surpassed his grandfather in some things to be fair he surpassed his grandfather and his grandfather was happy and he's happy you look and say see what my grandson did see how he worked all over the place his grandfather is proud of him but there are certain things that he never got why because tọmọdé bá lákọjá àgbà bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti pàtó àti sáàbì àgbà ti jẹ ọmọdé lọ tọmọdé bá pàrọ̀ tuntun sọ́wọ́n jẹ pé èmi mo rí báyìí rárá ìyá ìkú èmi mo ju bàbá mi lọ nínú ìwé ọ̀pá wọn. That's what I think so. Today, we are done with Baba. Once we are done with Baba, we are going to continue. The war, the Nigerian war, we are going to talk about Yoruba history. So thank you very much for listening to my story, and I hope you are learning to do something for the session. It's going to be teaching. See, what about the going to do this Yoruba? So then I'm very, very much skilled on. I can't believe I'm not just telling them to do it. But yeah, I'm glad we are able to have this, and I hope you have fun. So you understand what I'm saying? I hope I will say something like that to help us to help more further. So I know something want to speak. So I think what we need to do is very quickly. But before I say more, please, tomorrow 1 p.m. is the time. I'm going to play a video that has to do with Yoruba culture tomorrow. The video is something that is essential. I'll go on 1 p.m. is the time. Now you're tired of the guys. And by the way, I have not even told you a lot about the story of this. I can't number. But thank you very much for listening. Thank you. Alright, let me take it off and I'll go to the next. Alright, this is the better family. Our family is to be chatted everything. To be honest, I knew in my mind that she knew it's very small, but what they do. But I want to be proud.
be switching any moment from now. So be active, connect with people, organic people in the house. If you have the intention of using your account to make money on this app, you are in the right community. Amigos, welcome in. You are in the right community, okay? To be part of this community,